Morning, everybody. I am not sure if the stream has gone live yet, so I might be talking to myself. For those of you who've been following me for any amount of time, you know that my life essentially consists of me talking to myself anyway. So that is fine. So, let me get this show on the road. Now, hopefully, Todd has done the thing that I heavily impressed upon Todd needed to be done. Okay, let's copy that across. Assets, scripts, survival, minecarts. Freight cart manager from Phoenix, freight cart manager. Grab the notes, Steve gives some notes, I didn't read them. Fix to carts idling. Fix the carts idling on world restart. So I have a nice pair of headphones and I love them to bits, but the cable's not replaceable. It's beginning to get tangled up. I don't want to buy new headphones. But while I'm doing this though, I will, in the background, I will build Steve's fix, and we're going to have a look at the textures Todd did, or the glow maps, the maps. So, Todd, this isn't aware of that, Todd has now developed a first pass specular and strength map, so hopefully the game itself won't look quite so bonkers. I am at least a hair concerned that the glorious inside of the game won't be matched by the outside of the game, but that is a... that's the problem I will fix as time goes on. And a lot of that can be done to make the outside look even better, and I have plans. Right, here's my controlled lighting environment. Okay, what are we gonna... just put it on the floor for easier. Okay, so I'm definitely going to have to reduce the bump map. Right, the bump map's fine in some cases and really not in others, so Todd will have to do a bump map, but that's a little bit more work. Interesting, that does actually appear to be mostly down to the shine. That's definitely looking less awful than it was. Alright. Well, you noticed that metal stuff looks metal. Metal. I almost guarantee this crystal won't look right though. Bugger. Double bugger. What's that under sci-fi? Is that one, I think? What's that one? Ugh, not that one. I haven't tried that one either. Probably should. Ooh, actually that looks rather good. Not perfect, but good. So one of my sort of short-term goals is to try and get rooms to look better via whatever method possible. And I think I actually need to get rid of the ceiling lights as well. So now we've just got direct lighting, not ambient lighting. Yeah, some of them look a lot better than others. I mean, that's looking better. Let me just reduce that bump map because it's definitely... It's not too much specifically, but it's too much because we don't have the ability to do it right yet. So I put that to 10% of that. Oopsie. That said, oh, it isn't. Let me just check the. But yeah, I would definitely like in here to look as good as in here. How, I don't know yet. But for example, I haven't really looked at these lights in a very long time. You know, how do these lights physically behave compared to these ones? Does this one only actually look good because I've got nice lighting? Something about this does look very nice though, but I can't put my finger on what. I think a lot of why it looks good, though, I mean seriously, is the fact it looks different. I'm so used to seeing these textures. I don't think anything wrong with them a touch. You can't even tell they're fairly low resolution. Right, normal. Okay, now that does seem to be right. Let me just crank that to too much. That's right, isn't it? Blue that side. Pink this side. Yeah, that's good. Unfortunately, now this is how the height will be, and Todd has to be much more subtle in his maps. I'm not sure I'm that happy with the these yet, though. Alright, I can't actually see anything at all there. That seems to be almost flat there. Well, let's head downstairs and let's set the same sort of thing underground with torch lighting. Well, that's where it looks cool. You see, you get the tight highlight of the lights. The reason I turn my light on, by the way, is I get infinite power whilst I'm using my light. Actually, not infinite. I don't get enough, but I get quite a lot of power. Like, in editor, torch usage is inverted. Let's put it to midnight, because that's the most difficult. Yeah, see, this is one of the major problems I am still having. This is midday, so this is midday up here. I do appear to have turned the draw distance down. That's going to make my life just extra difficult. There we go. So this is midday, so the sky is still very dark. Oh, that's possibly just spending a while. I'm gonna go down. So it's very flat. I might actually have to go back to FortressCraft 1 and go, how did it look there? I'm glad that that's actually be pretty green, so that's maybe not so wrong. So it gets darker as we go deeper. Oh, that looks cool. Actually, I've seen that as actually a hole. Actually looks rather good. No, it's not really a screenshot as such. It's, I mean, it needs to be the same area. I mean, definitely I can generate the same seed in FortressCraft and it will generate the same world still. Probably for a very long time. It's just slightly confusing why it's still slightly glowy. As I go down, it does get darker and deeper, so that's fine. And I'm still not brilliantly happy with everything, but it's better than it was, I'm sure. Yeah, now, what's that? Now, I did do a change to this, but the change should not have achieved that. All the change does is... Okay, I'm going to have to check that then. So it used to be that when stuff was behind you, it flipped off immediately. So, you know when you sort of spin around in FortressCraft and see it's a long way off in the distance. Where the hell's my... How am I supposed to get in and out of here? I forgot what I was saying. Bugger. Yeah. So in FortressCraft, when you got stuff off in the distance and you flip around, it pops in sometimes. It doesn't do that here because there's a nice bit of latency on it. So I turn around, it will pop in now. Oh, maybe it won't. But it doesn't do it in the same way. So people complained about that, but I had to keep pointing out it was a performance choice, not anything else. But you can see there's a bit of it in the corners of the screen, but nowhere near as much as there was. I am just going to double check the code on that because it looks like I may have... Actually, let me just not change anything. I'll change this to how it was and make sure it still acts exactly as it used to. So all it is if you can't see it, I now wait 1 second before you can't see it, as opposed to doing it immediately. So that means you get a lovely bit of hysteresis. Hey Salath, and hey Robert. So let's turn the system back on so I can compare and contrast. This was one of the things people did complain about a whole bunch. Wait, did it not? Still loading, you have to wait. I have actually sped up, I've sped up generation a bunch, but not loading. Yeah, there you go. See the pop? That's now gone. To be honest, it wasn't that bad anyway. It's so good, I can't see it working. But to the point where I'm a little concerned I've actually broken the visibility entirely, which would be bad. Okay, so if I just follow that around, this is how the world looks, by the way. Sometimes I use Arthur as my like remote camera. That's pretty cool. I have a note down to try and make Arthur stay outside of walls, but it will only be a try. He will still go in walls rather than, you know, abandon you. Right, so Arthur's looking the other direction, please. Those things are all not visible. Flip round, immediately visible. Flip round. Yeah, that's really good. So yeah, oh, you can still see it in the corners sometimes, but it's a hell of a lot better than it was. Now the quote unquote solution is to render everything, but of course we don't want to render everything because that would be dumb. Like nothing is better than not rendering something. Right, now that's loaded. If I flip around, you can see how it works. See, now it takes longer to get rid of it. It used to be super on the ball. The other thing is, if you don't turn around like a 6-year-old kid that's been drinking espresso, it's always been fine. It's only when you go, oh, what's that behind me? But it essentially means that the frame rate will be, on average, a bit lower, and it will take a little longer to recover. And I might maybe should be doing it by distance. Incidentally, that is a good thought. Where is that? Can we just FC2? Can we do a custom test versus the camera? Anyway, that's good. I'm glad it's working so well I had to disable it to make sure it was working. But yeah, just to touch on that review that complained that FortressCraft was still very unpolished and I'd barely done anything. As I said, this is unpolished, what we've got here. Oh well, that's too tight, Todd. Oh, let's get down to where it's dark. Oh, where's my wall? Did I not make a... Meant to. I think I would also like to crank up the difference between reinforced and non-reinforced stuff. So organic detritus should really slow you down. It should be a struggle to work on it. Part of the... Yeah, there we go. So I don't think I've changed... That's what I meant to check, damn it. That's what I meant to check, was that. I don't think I've changed that. I don't think it's new. I think it's just a particularly bad base setup. What? Oh. The timing was bad. Let's go check that again. Not really. Get reinforced stuff up, which they can't destroy. I know a lot of people, they try and put down conveyors and stuff to catch them on that mode. You really do have to think laterally, I'm afraid. High detail warning is just because, not for me so much as Todd and Andy, if you can use up a lot of RAM in the editor. So it's a warning you that if you didn't mean to do that, not to. Okay, it's exactly the same as it was. That's fine. It's not fine, obviously. It's broken, but that's fine. But yes, Salath, I mean, a lot of it is to... if you don't block them, they don't come. That's an important thing to note. Okay, so I'm glad you're liking it, Salah. I haven't actually dared look yet. Let's look today. Let's look right now. Like, we went down to mixed because some people didn't like it. Why is it? Why do I have to sign in? Honestly. They also disappear if your frame rate drops low. Yeah, we're still at mixed. Fuck's sake. Not recommended. 326 hours. Fuck off. Not recommended. Oh. Seriously? Seriously? You just what? Not recommended. I mean, honestly, for me, that says nothing more than the game really should be recommended. Not recommended. 38 hours. 38 hours. Aww. Thank you. What a nice review that was. Vastly underbaked and already pushing. Now, this is the thing. Okay, so you guys might be a little bit more thing, but that review says vastly underbaked. And already pushing DLC. Already, after 5 years. No, you're a fucking cunt. I fucking hate you. I hope you're fucking watching this screen, you fucking asshole. Not recommended. 36 hours in the last 2 weeks, right? At that point, dude, you've done not much else than play the fucking game for 2 weeks. Oh, not recommended. I fucking hate you. I'm fine, though. Oh, yeah. Well, I did watch The Matrix Reloaded like 25 times, but yeah, I wouldn't recommend it. Can't stand people. Seriously. Just... No, that's not true, Robert. You can work out what's going on in a few hours. You missed the point. The point is, if you have got a game, right, and you've played it for literally 50% of your free time for a 2-week period, you do not get to say, oh, I don't recommend it. If you just look at it after 10 minutes, that's fine. I have no problems with that. That is... that's standard for all forms of entertainment, really. And that's something that I will very heavily be focusing on this FortressCraft 2. But, genuinely, fuck me, 40 hours in the game in 2 weeks, I don't recommend it. The weirdest one I get is people going, oh, it's not a very good game. 400 hours played. Like, why are you playing it then? Right, I'm going to grab some drink and then we're going to hook up this number 2. Well, I mean, that's the thing, Robert. I've been sarky to people before. I've said, oh, I'm so sorry someone's forcing you to play my game. I'm really sorry, you know. If you're in trouble, you need me to call someone, you know, maybe to get some help. Just tap your nose and, you know, but otherwise I hope that you're not forced to play my game anymore. Like, what the fuck? Anyway, let me get some coffee. And maybe I won't watch any more reviews. Coffee. Okay, so for me, there are 2 points at which I decide I don't like a game. One of them is immediately, 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. One of the other ones is about 10 hours in. So unless I really didn't like it, I will generally come back to it the next day. Excuse me. So, example, I've got 2 examples of games I've played recently that I did not like. Terror Tech and Car Factory. I forgot the name of it. So, with that, Car Factory, I played it and 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 I played it, and then I'm like, oh god, does it never get any better? I was really hoping it would just get loads better, but it really didn't. Another one was TerraTech, which again, I spent 2 evenings on it. And I'm just like, oh, this is just such a grind. It doesn't change. No, the problem with Car Factory is it wasn't gamey enough. That was its problem. It was so realistic. And it had the real problem that you built the components. You built component A, then B, then C, then D. Then E, then F, okay? You always had to build all of them. You can't have a car without D. Always. So then you had the problem that there was no options, there were no choices. So, but then all you did is you then took apart A and replaced A with 5 submachines, A1, A2, A3, A4, A5, and then means that A can generate stuff twice as quick. And then you upgraded B to B1, B2. So after a while, you realise there's no choice. There's no... There is no game is the problem. It's not gamey enough. You have no choices. So a game, good definition of a game is a series of meaningful choices. You sort of get some vague choices later on, like you can build hybrid cars or you can build SUVs and all of that sort of stuff. But fundamentally, you have no real idea which ones to build. You have no idea which ones are better. The game doesn't do a very good job of telling you. The levels aren't big enough to set up one factory per type, so you end up having to sort of jam stuff together. And then you realise, although the game is annoyingly realistic in many ways, cars do not have a shared platform like that. Like Subaru is probably one of the biggest shared platforms in the world, but like the Forester does not use the Impreza platform. A lot of their components are the same. So yeah, genuinely not realistic. Well, the forums are bollocks. I mean, the things about realist, it's not realistic, but it's not gamey either. But I guess that was my issue with that. I wanted to like it because, well, my sort of game, I think. But yeah, I genuinely, and really boring and really slow. And then I just ran out of money, and I'm like, oh god. Sid Meier, Sid Meier, Civilization Guy. Yeah, it's a good quote. It's a good way of defining what a game is, other than a film or. But I keep hoping it gets better, but it doesn't seem. It didn't seem to. And I gave it 2 days. Like I said I didn't give after 20 minutes, but quite frankly, after 20 minutes, you couldn't even. Like, I gave it 2 days. If you give a game less than 2 evenings, I don't think you should get to write a review. Yeah, Sid Meier. Yes, absolutely. Guy wrote Civilization. And to be fair, not all games are a series of meaningful decisions, but it is a good way of defining, oh, that looks a lot better. So what I did there is I've hooked up all systems to the global depth. That should hopefully mean that the surface readout works. It helps too. So failures here. This is FortressCraft 2. So everything you see on screen right now is FortressCraft 2 stuff. So in here, this is FortressCraft 2's stuff, not FortressCraft 1. I don't have anything that looks good for FortressCraft 1. Like this room over here is a FortressCraft 1 room, so let's go into that one. Why didn't you build the aesthetic stuff? Like FortressCraft 1 rooms look a bit more like this. They can look better. I haven't bothered because I don't tend to. I should do, but I don't tend to. But you can paint things. You can have a nice stripe of colour or whatever it is you want. Maybe we can have an orangey one over here. Happy little orange stripe, and then we'll grab the blue one. But yeah, with FortressCraft 2, obviously I'm aiming to make stuff look better. So my initial goal with the FortressCraft 2 development is never to have you ask that question again. So the goal of FortressCraft 2's development is to make sure, as much as I possibly can, that everyone goes, wow, this FortressCraft 2 looks way better than FortressCraft 1. Not to say I didn't realise FortressCraft 1 looks so good. I mean, I'll show you one of the things I like doing the most with FortressCraft 1's tech. I like to have a little airlock. And then the sharp lights. Actually, let's have them on the inside. Come on, mouse. There we go. Thanks, Unity. Yes, you can have a lights to that and cancel my lights. But that's usually a bit bright. And then a nice dark cyan. If indeed you can have a dark cyan, I'm not sure. Oh, that's not dark, that's light. Very dark cyan. Yeah, so you can do stuff like that. So you can have quite good stuff in FortressCraft. Yeah, sorry, FortressCraft 1, yeah. Well, the thing is, failures here. There's no advantage. To a degree, there's no advantage. I do try, and this is something I can actually show you inside. This isn't a base. This is just a test world, so there's no base of any sort of sort. What I do try and do in my bases is I try and organize stuff, and you can color coding stuff's important. So I've done a bit of that here with the new system, and this is how I build my old bases. So the production area is a kind of an orangey area. The research area is green. I've gone over the top. Todd will fix that. This area is blue. No, what? Common areas are white. Medical area, well, slightly red, and the research area I haven't got any lighting in yet. So, yeah, I try and encourage people to do the aesthetic stuff because you can end up with your base looking better. I hope you have done rooms. There are definite advantages to rooms, and I will be doing more encouragement for rooms. Yeah, I like doing little things like that. But you can also I might try and get Paul back in for FortressCraft 2 and get him to I'm just curious what colour these will come out as. Oh, way too bright. But yeah, with the aesthetic stuff, a lot of it is about if you're waiting for something. So part of the goal is that the rooms were a time sink. So I do see a lot of people, it's certainly newbie players, they would play the game and they would stare at their start area. They'd stare at their smelter going, I have nothing to do, I'm waiting. And I was like, well, there's plenty to do. Oh, yeah, but I'm waiting for the smelter. So the idea is to a degree that these things would give you something to do if ever you are waiting, which you shouldn't be. We all know in FortressCraft, if you're waiting, you're doing it wrong. We all know this. But it meant if you're waiting, then you're doing something wrong. And that was quite important. But if you did end up doing something wrong, instead of writing a negative review, oh, I had to wait around, nothing to do, there was always lots to do. But yeah, we'll definitely also be making rooms pointful. Should we say pointful? Now, I think the problem here is that the sunlight... Let's check. So I'm going to assume this is the sunlight. So by this point, when I'm 40 meters underground, yeah. So that's the problem. So if I turn that light off, yeah. So why is this light still so bright is the question. It's okay when it's shadowed, but by 40 meters underground, we're in upper caves, it should definitely have been dim. What have I done wrong? Oops. If the game's keeping you busy and you're happy, then perfect. So one thing that I do try and get through to people, because I do have people say to me stuff like, what's the point of XYZ feature? And the answer is, well, if you can't, not can you think of a use for it in your world, but can you think of any use for it? Some things are only useful for multiplayer. Some things are only useful for single player. Some things are only useful for hard difficulty. Some things are only useful for easy difficulty. So a good example here would be organic rock. Organic rock is not designed for rapid playthrough. It's totally pointless. Ignore it. Organic rock was designed initially for, hello, we're playing this 10-player multiplayer game, and there isn't enough for us all to do. We're all waiting for the smelter. What should we do? And now you can say, send people off to get crystals and rocks. That was the point. Immediately what happens, people going, what's the point of the crystals and the rocks? Oh, because it's... I'm just curious, do I actually pass back the... Where do I set the light? Might be that one. Do I actually do this one already? No, okay. I think it's 2.8, the sun. I saw your question. I'll get to it when I'm running again. Give us a sec. Oh, I'm just going to guess. Oh, wait, hold on. I actually have a different function for this. That's why. I'm pulling, not pushing. Oh, no, you missed the point, Phaedra. I'm not saying it has no use in other players. I'm just saying, if you think to yourself, this has no use, ask yourself, would anyone else find it useful? And lots of people don't. And they go, this isn't useful for me, you shouldn't have spent time on it. So, yes, FortressCraft 2, I'm not starting again. Lots of people have asked that, but if I were to start again, I would be here for the next... I would be here for 5 years or so. So start with FortressCraft 1 as a base. It's an optimized engine. It's got everything we need. As I pointed out before, FortressCraft 1 shipped with no survival. It shipped with no machines. It shipped without the CPH. It shipped without everything. There was nothing. No grappling hook. Nothing. It shipped as a creative-only game. Excuse me. I forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah, let's go back to the surface. Right. So now the sun is probably still shining through, but I'm actually modulating it properly. Well, the thing is, failures here. If you can find a use for those items, then no, it's not the opposite. It's when you can't find a use for the item that the problem comes. Cinco said the disk speed does not affect frame rate. I've had lots of people say that, right? I tested it. I run the game off a USB. It runs the same. Nothing loads. The only time it will is when you go into this screen. That is pretty much the only time stuff dynamically loads. It's not like Minecraft, which does run all its... or did at least run all its disk stuff on the main thread, because I don't know why you would do that. When I found out Minecraft did that, I just scratched my head and sort of go, what? Oh yeah, that looks awful. Yeah, the sparkles are way too tight. So Todd didn't actually get a chance to test this, to be fair. But that's okay. This is the first pass. This isn't how it will look. This is the next step. So when Todd gets up... we will be doing we're mixing to mix a fleet battle. So I've got a meeting with Microsoft tonight about putting one of my games onto their Surface. So we'll be talking to them. That won't be on stream, but you guys will get to see the intermediary stuff. So as I said, my schedule for this year is flexible and fluid. It is not, I will absolutely do this. Bugger. Oh well, never mind. Yeah, my schedule is not, I will absolutely do this every day, no matter what. The space battle thing has come up. It's potentially a good earner, importantly. On top of that, it's really fun. I'm really enjoying writing it. And now I've got the tech issues out of the way. We actually have scope to do something really rather cool and unique. And that's the other thing, is FortressCraft is very good, and it is very good at what it does, but it isn't unique. It is quote-unquote just Factorio with survival elements. It's just Factorio in 3D. There's nothing really in FortressCraft you're like, holy shit, I've never seen anything like this before. Wow! Everything in FortressCraft you've seen before. Now, you might not have seen it as big or as fast or as complicated or as awesome, but you have seen it all before. The only possible exception might be the railgun. But again, you've built machines in other games before. You've just probably haven't built such big machines in games before. But what I mean is, when I say it's just Minecraft, I mean you run around, you do survival stuff, you know, it is. When I say just Minecraft, I mean, I'm going to put this. It's hard to describe what I mean into words now. Now I'm trying to say it. Yeah, it's nothing to do with before. And what I mean is, this game is not original. It doesn't have any unique and original features. It is another survival game. There are many survival games on the network, on the internet. So does that mean I'm not disparaging my own game? I'm just saying it's just a game. There's nothing unique about it. It does everything it does very well. It does things better than other games, sure, but doesn't have any unique features. For the record, and I've been accused of copying Minecraft more than anybody in the history of history. Minecraft doesn't have any original features. As far as I know, Minecraft has 0 original features. Like everything in Minecraft, everything, 100% has been done in other games before. All of it, bar nothing. Cool, Squishy. You're going to stream your Xbox game using your PC. I'm not sure I understand. You set up like a hardware capture card. So if I put that there... What? Oh, is that me? Now, what is that? Oh, that's this light back there. Yeah, these look horrible. So that's something for Todd to do. But these look alright. I'm quite happy with how those metal bricks look. Bricks. And if I go to these look great. These look definitely, actually put them up as a wall. These look metallic, so that's cool. Oh. I forgot you could build AMBs and IMBs. I don't think anybody ever has, but you can build these. You can build your base out of those blocks. Always have been able to, except the gold ones. I don't think I've actually got gold blocks for it. Well, Squishy, I had a capture card, and it was such a nightmare. I kind of stopped using it. I got a black magic something or other. If I start doing console games, I might do, but yeah. Well, it's not so failures. I mean, it definitely does have oh wow moments, but my point is with this other game. So I have disrupted my schedule heavily this week to work on a different game. Okay, and my reasoning for that is to a great degree because the other game is unique. Okay, now it's not that it's not. I'm talking about that doesn't turn heads, but. It's not like you're gonna like meet up with your mate at work going, oh, have you played FortressCraft? Right, it does this awesome thing, and like as I said, it's just a game. You might talk about it, going, oh, I built my base and I did that and did this. But if someone says to you, what's it like? You'll go, oh, it's like Minecraft. You know, you've got blocks and stuff, but you build like a Factorio style base, but it's way bigger than Factorio, more complicated. Okay, but with my new game, someone say to you, what did you just like? Oh, I played this game. What's it like? You'd be like, it's online, but you don't get to control stuff. And, yeah, it's not really like anything else. Does that make any sense? It's not that there's anything wrong with FortressCraft. It's that it doesn't have... If you were to describe it, you would describe it in terms of other games. Whereas with FortressCraft... Sorry, with... the new game, which doesn't have a name, you would struggle to describe it in terms of other games. I hope that makes sense. And Squishy, I mean, to be honest, if your capture card's working, then you just run OBS on your PC, set up one of the sources as your capture card, and then just do your overlay like you would, or like anybody else would. Should be quite easy. Now here's the best bit. Not necessarily I want that, but my point is that gaming magazines and gaming articles, they like to talk about, weirdly enough, they like to talk about the stuff that is different and unusual. Now, there are a number of different and unusual games out there, and I can sum them all up. No, I can sum nearly all of them up with one short phrase: commercial failure. Eurogamer, etc., they love to talk about certain types of games, and almost without exception, those games are massive commercial flops. So, like, we'll give a good example. And I'm being a little bit divisive with the word flop, but you've played Portal, right? You know Portal. Portal did not sell very well. Portal was not a smash hit game. Portal did acceptably well, but not brilliant. Now, that's not the impression you get from the internet, is it? You get the impression that Portal was just like the biggest selling game since ever. Oh my god, it's so big and popular. It must have sold tens. It really didn't. Really did not sell that many copies. But the internet talks about it. It's popular. It's well respected. But if Valve were relying on the revenue from that, they would have been in trouble. These are way too bright, aren't they? And that's the interesting thing. Once you get into my position where it's really important you have a very clear idea of what is financially viable and what's not, you start to look at games in a very, very, very different way. I mean, you've probably said the same thing. You're like, yeah, was the Orange Box even on PC? I can't remember. I got my Orange Box on console, so... My point is, by no real yardstick was Portal a huge success, and yet it is a massively talked about game. Oh dear, explosion. And yet it is a massively talked about game. The point I'm making is that indie darlings are rarely, or often not, commercial successes. That's the point I'm making. I'm not having a go at Portal. I love Portal. That's not the point. Portal 2, I actually think, did worse. Can have a quick chat. I can't remember Portal 2's numbers off the top of my head. Apparently Portal 2 is less than 20,000 owners. Okay, that's definitely not right. Yeah, Portal 2, I think, did better. So Portal 2 is in the 10 to 20 million mark. That's a big success. Portal 1, less, like 7 million, something like that. My point is, that is the biggest of the indie darlings and didn't sell very well. FortressCraft Chapter 1 outsold Limbo. Now, you've all heard of Limbo. You've all heard of Limbo. Outsold by FortressCraft. If you look at lots of these indie darling games, they're not big commercial successes. They are acceptable commercial successes at best. I can't remember how many Limbo shipped in the end. It's about 1 million or something. It continued to sell, and don't get me wrong, but yeah, we actually outsold it. And it's interesting when you start looking into the sales figures. So yeah, and also, again, almost without exception, the major successes are the boring sequels. Almost without exception, there are almost no off the wall successes. I struggle to think of any, like Minecraft, obviously. No, can't think of anything else. Well, I'm happy with the lighting. That looks rather cool. I really like that one because you get a nice variety across the texture. And the sand here looks very muted comparative to it. So, Robert, I did a zombie game. My zombie game could, on a Pentium 3 class machine, I could render and simulate 4,000 zombies at 60 frames a second with particles to spare. Dwarf Fortress is a badly written, badly optimized horror. Do not defend its poor programming. Not commenting on the game's quality, but do not defend its poor programming because it's not even threaded, for heaven's sake. I mean, it's old. It's an ancient game. I mean, it probably could do with a proper rewrite, but don't defend that as not being possible. That's just poorly programmed. I mean, I did work out how many mobs I can run on this in a full 3D environment. It's an enormous number. I can't remember how many it was now, but I did do it at one point. There was a mode where you could just spawn millions, but a base that's being attacked, you could easily have a couple of thousand mobs on the way. No problems. Well, I mean, it could be done. I mean, if you look at Dead Rising. I mean, Dead Rising was the... Dead Rising had a swarm? I don't know what number to use. Like, Dead Rising had an enormous amount of things. Yeah, it doesn't matter, Robert. It doesn't matter how much simulation is going on for tech. Thread it. Fix it. Do all your simulation and your pathfinding on different threads. Fire up one thread per mob. There is no excuse for it, and do not ever defend a programmer for shitty programming. Yeah, so you got Dead Rising 4, which can do an absolutely enormous amount of stuff in 3D. I am tempted to get Dead Rising 4. I've got Dead Rising 3. I loved it, and I played it again recently. Oh, wow, did that game age? It was a launch title. But this is the thing. He doesn't have an excuse of being a bad programmer now. He's been doing it for many years. When I started FortressCraft, Chapter 1, I don't think I did much in the way of threads. Yeah, Silath, that's about rendering it, though. I mean, it's a bit... It's all a big cheat, obviously, Dead Rising. But yeah, it could render 500 mobs. It could probably simulate more. But yeah, this is one of those things. I mean, if I didn't have to render stuff, oh my god. I would hazard a guess in a Dwarf Fortress style environment, I could probably do 5 or 10 million mobs. Genuinely, that many. That's actually looking alright. Ooh, something's unhappy. There we go. Ooh, what's that? That seems an exciting issue. I don't think the shadow, the let's look at the sun. Okay. Let me pause that there. I think the global depth might have gone above 1 or something. So, what games, Salath, we're talking about? I don't know 7 Days to Die. So. At 1. But it's not, it's at 5. Like the sun's intensity is at 5 right now. Now it's at 8, now it's at 12, now it's at 16. 4, right? That's a bug. Oh, should have been lurked depth. Saronin, sorry, Silath, but you, if it was, is that not an Xbox game preview stuff? Like, were you not aware you were buying an unfinished game? Thank you, Evelyn. Okay. Midday. Good. Lighting no longer... Very bright, but no longer abjectly broken. Oh, right. No, hold on. It's still at 2. It's at 6. How's the sun brightness at 6? Oh, really? I thought it was... let me just check. The Xbox, what's it called? Is it Preview? I mean, wasn't it just what the PC version was, though? That's the thing. I don't like the idea of calling a game finished. I have always said abandoned, not finished. Oh, okay. And if you use the word abandoned, I think it's a much fairer way of describing a computer game. Like, what you mean is not any good. Not finished, just... I mean, it's like Warcraft. Warcraft isn't a finished game. And no one would ever go, oh, I bought this MMO and it's not finished. You'd be like, yes, there's new stuff. Hooray. Well, I would be. You might not be. Well, it doesn't have to be. What's it called? Is it Xbox Game Preview, I think it's called? Game previews. Is there a list? I have not even bothered. Is that it? There's only 6 of them. And one of them is a fucking snooker game. What the fuck? Oh, yeah, it's not on Xbox Game Preview. But yeah, that's not the point. I have no truck with the phrasing, because I get people shout at me about FortressCraft about a lot, about the phrasing of finished. Oh, it's not finished. That's good. Swap the word finished for abandoned. Now, don't get me wrong. If it's a broken game that doesn't really work, that's a different issue. Now, you see, this thing is, if it is something that's, let's say, not polished and brilliant, then I believe that should be in the description. This is an ongoing developed game, and you should expect many new features and occasional bugs and glitches and things. Hold on, Salah, don't get console mixed up with PC. It's probably not even the same team of people. Now, as a rule, Microsoft will not allow broken shit on consoles. Like, if you have a game that crashes, you don't get to release it. It's that simple. End of. You do not get to release a game that has crash bugs. No ifs, no buts. That's a Class A fail. Back to the drawing board. Well, failures here, I suspect it's quite safe to say the Xbox version didn't sell very well. So if I released this game on PC and Xbox, and it sold brilliantly on the Xbox and like nothing on PC, I wouldn't bother updating the PC version. I might update it every 6 months.
Because it takes time and effort to do that.
You can't do... Sometimes you cannot do what you want to do or what you feel you should do for commercial reasons. Oh god, yes. Absolutely, Shalka. The game preview is a way of getting around that, but yeah, the TRCs are like 200 pages. Crash bugs, memory unit pool bugs, account signing bugs, controller bugs, like to a huge degree. Now there was a change in this, so you can release patches or something. I can't quite remember, but. This is one of the things about console games where they score over PC is there is extensive quality control. I don't know why Seven Dies in a bad state, by the way. I don't know. Not played it. Don't know anybody who works there. Cannot comment. But that's not how it should be. Along those lines, why is the sun at intensity 2? 5.8. Yeah, well, with Telltale Games, I think it's quite safe to say what the issue was. That they made an awful lot less money than everybody thought they were making. Everybody thought they were making a lot of money, and no, they weren't. Right, what the fuck is this? What the hell is this line of code here? Take the colour of the sun, take the length of the magnitude of the colour. What the fuck? Divide colour by the length. Then the sun's colour becomes the intensity. What the fucking hell is this guy doing? Okay, so I think what he's doing, I didn't write this. He appears to be generating HDR by normalizing the color in the 0 to 1 range and then scaling up the sun intensity on top of that. Oh, did Telltale Games do 7 Days to Die? Oh, wow. You seem angry, Salath. You seem angry because your expectations do not match up to what happened. Do you know the correct approach to this? Here's my advice to you right at this point, sir. You should go away and you should say to yourself, I will never have expectations for a game. I will enter every game I play with 0 expectations. I will take the game for what it is, not what I expected it to be or what I hoped it would be. That is a good piece of advice. I mean, as I've said before, No Man's Sky was written by a bunch of friends of mine, people I've known for many years. But I went into No Man's Sky with an absolute, why do people keep writing articles about this type approach? I was, previous to the game coming out, I was genuinely bemused and concerned why Eurogamer were writing enormous articles about it with 0 content in them. Genuinely, they would write these huge things, and then I'd be like, well, but all you've used is the word explore a lot. What is the game? So I approached No Man's Sky with 0 expectations, absolutely none. And it turned out to be one of my most played games. I love it. But I go to the cinema with 0 expectations. Wherever possible, I try not to buy into the hype, the marketing, all of that. I'll give you a less controversial example, shall I say. Deep Rock Galactic. Have you guys seen Deep Rock Galactic? I saw Deep Rock Galactic, and I was like, hey, holy shit, this looks good. Wow, holy. And Andy and I, we watched this trailer a lot. I forgot it was by Coffee Stain. Hold on. This is by Coffee Stain. Coffee Stain are the Satisfactory people. Is this game done? Anyway, I saw this trailer. I watched it with... Then I said to Andy, we got to look at this. Okay. This looks beautiful. Look at this. Like, I love the art. I love the tech. I love the design. Now, let's be honest. This game is basically Left 4 Dead. I'm looking at these going, well, I suspect you played FortressCraft. And I looked at this and went, oh, this looks cool. This looks good fun. It's a shooter, so I'm not really interested. And then you've got all these fantastic machines. Now, this is kind of where we're going with FortressCraft 2. A bit more like this. So you'll actually have a bit more of a base. I'd actually forgotten about this game. Then I'm looking at this and you're like, oh, that looks cool. You're going underground. Yeah, oh, look at this. Oh, wow, look at this big mining machine. Oh, so you guys have played FortressCraft, yeah? Look, they nicked the magma bore. But I'm like, oh, theirs looks really cool, and I love that thing. I just was super excited. That looks wicked. Look at the great animation. Like, oh, that's great. And I despite having said to you guys, don't get excited, I got quite excited about this game. And I was like, yeah, sweet. Oh, that looks really good. Oh, look at the grapple. Oh, look at that. And then people carrying stuff back. Oh, and the rockets going off. Cool. Have you guys played it? It's fucking Left 4 Dead. It's just Left 4 Dead. There is nothing good. I mean, I love the walking robot there. That looks sweet. I loved how awesome this was going to be. Totally. I was so like, oh, wow. And then the game came out. I watched someone play it and went, yeah, fuck that. Let's bollocks. I forgot these guys with the Satisfactory guys. My point is, good trailers do not mean good games. Don't get excited about games. Don't have expectations from games. Do your research. Have a look at your stuff. Well, okay. Yeah, so with that, you often have very little clue how close the publishers and the devs work. Sometimes the publisher will be like, yeah, we're sending across a bunch of people, you're incompetent. Oh, the graphics look very fancy, Robert. So you enjoy playing with your fancy graphics. My point is, Satisfactory has a great trailer. People are super excited about a trailer, and do not get excited about trailers for computer games. Aliens Colonial Marines had a great trailer. FortressCraft has an awful trailer. And I don't think, I think Todd and I always did the trailers. Like, our publisher didn't even do the trailers for our game. What launcher issue? Do you mean it's on Epic Launcher? Well, then you're not buying the game. Oh, I can tell you more about Satisfactory, Robert. There's only one level. All the levels are the same. You can't alter the landscape, and the map's quite small. See, Vieira, I kind of agree with you, and mostly I don't agree with you. You absolutely want another launcher. You want proper competition to Steam. So you've got Steam on your computer, Vieira. You've got Steam. You've got Battle.net. But you didn't whine about putting that on there, did you? Wait, you don't have Battle.net? You don't have Diablo 3? You don't have Destiny? You don't have... I can't remember what else is on there. StarCraft or Overwatch or Hearthstone. Nope. The level is completely pre-baked. Wow, well then Vieira, you're the odd one out. Anyway, my point is... very, very, very importantly, as a consumer, not as a publisher, as a developer, I want everything on one store. As a consumer, competition is really good. Really, really, really good. So, I have already started to see substantial early changes from Valve, as far as I can tell, purely based on... Oh, that looks better. Purely based on the fact there's competition. Like, really, 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 I have seen already changes. What's wrong with them running in the background? Like, they don't, because I'm not running any of them. Let me just kick off my... come on, top chop. I mean, Steam's running in the background. Steam has a whole bunch of stuff to download. Apparently all of it's only 400 bytes. But we're looking at Battle.net's using up 200 megs and Steam's using up 200 megs. So what? I mean, you can always close them. I mean... Oh man, there's a new pet battle dungeon. What's a pet battle... Oh no, don't do this to me. What's a pet battle dungeon? No way! I love the pet battles in Warcraft. I spent ages on them. Oh man. Might check that at some point. I mean, Vieira, you should be, I feel, complaining about badly written launchers rather than inherently launchers. Which I think is a fair... But I am not for the the Epic Launcher inherently, but competition is very good. Competition is a very, very, very important aspect. Wow, the Moonlight looks bonkers, doesn't it? Of course I play WoW. You joking? Excuse me, server first. First completion on our server of Coliseum 10 man. Boom. That was one of my best moments. I had to get someone who had 2 accounts go, check on the Horde. Has anyone got it on the Horde site? Yes, we were first. I don't play WoW very much. I've played. I've leveled a character up for to cap. I think the new content's great. Yeah, I definitely have, and I have totes enjoyed it. Right, let's fix that. Right, let's fix the night time. Okay, so pum. Well, FaZe, yeah, that was because they wanted to have a big announcement. They announced loads of they have loads of like games that are being announced, and they wanted to obviously make a big song and dance about it. So yeah, that fair enough, I think. So why is the moon? Oh, so I control the moon directly. Okay, but think of it another way, Phazia. Okay, when you say it doesn't earn faith, the only reason people go onto Steam is because that's where the numbers are. There is a game developer. If someone said to me, would you like to put your game on the Epic Launcher? I would say no. Why not? Because nobody will go there. So Epic are taking their Fortnite money and they are paying to get some exclusives. This is an excellent idea. They have done absolutely the right thing. They are also offering improved incentives. Mr. Deethus, I've seen conflicting reports about that. I'm under the impression it is an exclusive. But yeah, I've seen conflicting reports on whether it's a timed exclusive or a permanent exclusive. I'm gonna just make that less. Actually, let's have it as a variable. But I hope they do well. I hope the Epic launch takes off, and I hope that there are some really good exclusives, and I seriously hope Valve gets some proper fucking competition. So as a developer on Steam, now FortressCraft has made more than $1 million gross. And that puts us at like... Oh, well, that doesn't work, does it? But that puts us at something like 1 in 500 players.
But I'm old enough to remember Demigod.
You guys remember Demigod? Demigod was one of the first, and one of the best MOBAs. Demigod is a truly excellent game, and much less cookie cutter than the MOBAs we've got today. Do you remember Demigod? No. The reason you don't remember Demigod is Demigod was an exclusive on the Stardock launcher. They paid a lot of money to get Demigod on there, and it wasn't enough, and it flopped, and they went bust. We'll see whether or not Epic have got the money. I think they do. Fortnite is what all the kids are playing. Fortnite has an enormous amount of clout. Absolutely mind-boggling amount of clout. Hello, Spider-Bro. And it will be good to see whether or not that's enough for them. Now, I hope it will be, but we'll see whether or not that's actually the case. Failsy, do they actually do any work on the Fortnite game? I thought they were actually going to bring it back. I was quite interested in Fortnite, I have to say. The original Fortnite, the zombie defense co-op free-to-play mode. Still a bit blue. I am under the impression they are still working on it, though. I am sure I read something about that it's coming back. Okay, let's look at the day-night cycle. Forget the glow-in-the-dark stuff. I don't think Todd ever actually did a good version of those. Part of the goal, and we did this on Burnout 3 actually, same thing. Anything that looked like the previous game changed. Yeah, I'm 90% sure I did read that they were going back to the zombie mode. Is it still $40? Are they still doing that? That's brilliant. Oh, look at the kitty. I didn't realise that. Fortnite Battle Royale is also a separate title. Apparently they've actually got public bug lists and roadmaps. There we go. Big changes are coming to Fortnite. Save the Variety magazine. Oh my god. Deny all. Skip ad. Yeah, sometime this year. Well, I say once Fortnite comes out, I might look into it. I mean, I really enjoyed Orcs Must Die, which is a similar-ish kind of thing. And it's free to play as well. So I reckon point 4 and point 4 for the moon. I do agree with Kohaka's comment, by the way, that the sun and the moon is not dark enough. I do agree. I'm not derailed. I still get work done.
Plus, as a game developer,
So sometimes I get into arguments with people on the stream about games. And a lot of that is because I know my shit. I do my research. I have to. This is my job. So when I'm talking about, you know, Portal not being the runaway success everybody thinks, that's because I've done my research. Because I have to have done my research. It is ludicrously important that I absolutely understand the game and the gaming industry, what's popular, what's not popular, what sells, what doesn't sell, whether or not I should look at free-to-play games versus paid-for games, whether or not energy mechanics are the way forward, etc., etc., etc. It is of paramount importance if I want to... Next week, I've got to get my motorbike serviced. That costs money. Where does that money come from? Selling computer games. Yeah, I really liked Orcs Must Die. In fact, I think it's on my... My only complaint about Orcs Must Die, sadly, was that you couldn't play it on a pad. You could play the game on a pad, but you couldn't navigate the launcher on a pad. Do you want to know a fun fact, Salath? I found this out by having a poke around the files. Do you know what Orcs Must Die is written in? Orcs Must Die is written in Unreal. Do you know what the Orcs Must Die launcher is written in? It's written in Unity. Yeah, Orcs Must Die 2 is like in one of my, top 15 games. So yeah, Orcs Must Die 2, 84 hours I've had a nap, which for me is a lot of hours. But if you like Save the World, I would recommend you perhaps try Orcs Must Die. It's a bit grindy because it's free to play, but satisfying at the same time. We are going to want external lighting on this, aren't we? Never change a running launcher. What?
now Orcs Must Die was always an Unreal game.
And they just basically programmed a thing to shove into it what to do. I'm going to do the external lights. Oh, well, you wouldn't know. You only know because I told you. I only know because I dug around the data files going, what is this written on? Orcs Must... No, sorry. Orcs Must Die Unchained. Orcs Must Die Unchained. Which I have played for less. I got the wrong game. So Orcs Must Die Unchained it's weird. So Orcs Must Die Unchained, they released it, and they're like, oh, it's a MOBA. And everyone went, what? Oh, that's a MOBA. And everyone went, what? It's a MOBA. We're not buying it. No one's buying our games. So we're going to make it back into a... Is there... This looks interesting. Yeah, it's Orcs Must Die Unchained is what I'm thinking of. Huh. I might add that to my wish list. I can't tell what it is it? So this is the thing. Okay. I want to know. Don't tell me about the story. I don't give a shit. 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 Right. We are now a quarter of the way through the trailer. Is this a role-playing game? A strategy game? Is this a twin-stick shooter? Is this a third-person shooter? Is it a tower defense game? You're selling a game, not a story. Don't know, don't care, still don't know what I'm playing. Have no idea what this game is. Okay, it looks like a third-person shooter. Thank you, well done. Almost halfway through the trailer. So it's just a third person. And there's tower defense. So it is Orcs Must Die. I might actually pop that on my wish list then. That's what you should have started with, is they are coming! Traps, things. Game trailers are fucking awful at this. About being, in the future, mankind. Just tell me what kind of game it is. I want to know within 5 seconds or I will start to skip through your trailer. But yeah, I'll pop that on my wish list because I rather like the look of that. I love Orcs Must Die. I love Orcs Must Die gameplay. I love the other one, Dungeon Defenders. Dungeon Defenders is my most played game, I think. But yeah, Orcs Must Die Unchained. I think you had to have a separate launcher for that too. Ha ha. Really enjoyed Orcs Must Die and Orcs Must Die 2. So happy to recommend those. Orcs Must Die Unchained is not free to play. So, is free to play. And you say it's a tad grindy, but only in the sense that there's several hundred hours to unlock everything rather than... Oh, wow. How long did the first game last? I mean, genuinely, how long did Orcs Must Die last? 10 hours or something. The writing in Orcs Must Die made me laugh so hard because they did the correct way of doing it. You started the game, and when you started a map in Orcs Must Die, you were looking around at the map going, what do I do? And whilst you were playing the game, whilst you were making critical decisions, at that point, story was delivered to you. And that is how you do those sort of things. Yeah, 15. But my point is, Orcs Must Die Unchained is hundreds of hours because, to a great degree, you unlock stuff much slower. Ah, thank you, Artigo25. I like the Orcs Must Die game. I like the original. They're very Dungeon Defenders. Dungeon Defenders is more tactical, but has totally broken progression. And Dungeon Defenders Eternity, we do not talk about. I don't know. Dungeon Defenders Eternity was really good. Dungeon Defenders 2 is not. Unfortunately, Dungeon Defenders 2 is interesting. It only exists because they're the same devs as Ark, and Ark did some. A lot of people left the Trendy Entertainment to set up the Ark guys. Only they didn't bother checking whether or not they were allowed to. Alright, Seafy. Oh, he's scratching his ear. Let me help him. Hey, old man. You okay? What are you scratching? You scratching your ear? You alright? Bless him. He's old. Ever thought about making a base defending game? Maybe involving fortresses? The question confuses me. No. Yes, I have, but no, I haven't. Let's make this into a spotlight. I'm gonna need a. Why haven't I? There is no way I could compete with Orcs Must Die. Yes, I've got one, like a prototype one. I have many prototype games that I've written that will never see the light of day. And it became apparent very quickly there is not a hope in hell that I could write a game as good as Orcs Must Die or Dungeon Defenders. Now, Dungeon Defenders is interesting, because I don't know if you guys have played Dungeon Defenders. Dungeon Defenders is a mobile game. It was initially and primarily a mobile game. So that'd be a fun fact of the day. Salath, sure. How would you want me to do land-based mobs that can walk up 1 meter blocks? Answer me that question, and I'll do it. Then my next question is, how would you stop the players defending by building walls? Frogs. No, I think you're missing the point. Let's assume for a minute that we solve the mobs looks. Oh, that looks bad. That looks bad, doesn't it? Yeah, we'll do that all the way along. They can dig through walls. Right. So what you're suggesting is I'm going to have a situation where the player sees a bunch of mobs. This is the problem with that, okay? You're not taking into account everything. Oh, look, there's a bunch of mobs over there. Okay, I've now defended against all the mobs. Because I can build a wall. So now all of the mobs that were in this area here can no longer attack me. What's the solution? I think you forget how quickly you can build shit in FortressCraft. Shadows, no? The landscape's a bit bright, but no. FortressCraft had shadows for a long time. Sure. We'll do proper pathfinding. Okay, no problems. So let's just assume for a moment that the mobs spawn here. I'll put down I don't know. Right, so let's assume the mobs spawn here. That's a mob nest of some description. All right? And you want me to do proper pathfinding. Because I can do it. Everything is possible. I mean, I thought this through. None of you have, though. Steve, go to new channel, projectorgames.com. No, mixer.com/projectorgames. Okay. How do I pathfind my way out of this, then? Point A, you can't. Point B, how long did that take me? 2-3 minutes? Done. I win. I don't know what a baneling is, or baneling. Okay, Robert, are you just saying that so I build a ceiling? Pretend for a minute that I've built a ceiling. I mean, Terraria is a good example. How hard is it to make a base that's completely invincible mobs in Terraria? Not very. But sure, okay. Have you seen the sunsets, by the way, the new ones? They look glorious. I still don't know what banelings are, by the way. There you go. How does route finding fix that? Yes, okay, so Fails here has made the correct comment. Oh, well then that's fine. All you do is you have a burrowing mechanic. Let me show you what people do if you put a burrowing mechanic in. Let me make it midday so I can see what I'm doing. Yeah. That's all people will do. Because I have a no creeper policy. People will just make all their walls out of conveyors. Because conveyors are invincible because I have a no creeper policy. That is one of the fundamental tenets of the game. I do not ever want players to lose part of their base. I stop playing games when that happens to me. Therefore, in my game, that doesn't happen. So please, solve my problem for me. Tell me how I put ground-based mobs in the game. Shalka, what, pressurized mobs pass through thin walls? Are you serious? Do you think that's the solution? Because then the player does this. Now, all of the things you're suggesting all boil down to one net result. I have to nerf the player build speed. How thick do I need to make the walls? 5 meters? 10 meters? There's no pathfinding in Terraria. It's a very trivial signalling close response thing. And on top of that, I don't know if you've actually played Terraria. You just build your base on top of a pillar, 10 meters in the air, and you're completely invincible. Why is the build speed so fast? Because that's the game. My point is, to implement ground-based mobs boils down, by the end of it, to we need to implement quite heavily nerfed player movement speed. Sorry, player build speed. We cannot have mobs that alter the landscape or get blocked by the landscape The flyers only pass through the current landscape if they have to. You have to have done something really bonkers for them to fly through the landscape, though. Okay, it doesn't work, Robert. Have you not played Terraria to any degree? All you do is you build all your buildings up a ladder. Like, you build your entire base just up a ladder. That's the solution. Like, if you are ever struggling in Terraria with mobs attacking your base, I promise you, you haven't built it right. That's it. Every base I've ever seen, or made for that matter, all uses exactly that setup. And it's trivial. Completely makes it go away. Well, if you know the tricks, then don't suggest it as a solution. Because if the mobs in FortressCraft turn into like the mobs in Terraria, the same counter comes. You just build your base up in the air. You start the game off, you drop a bomb underneath it, so everything falls underneath it. It's just... No, you'd like... you'd have to be pretty dumb not to work out quite quickly the solution in Terraria is to build a moat either side of your base. That's the way I tend to do it. I can't believe anybody wouldn't cotton on to that. It's not a difficult or complex trick. FaZe, yeah, they'll only do that if you've got, like... They won't give up on non-traversable terrain. They'll just go, ugh, we're going through it. But you have to have done something quite drastic for that to happen. They're only hard if you build your base in a silly place, which you might do if you weren't thinking it through. But moats were the counter to most of it. Lava? Wait. Why did you... but no, I don't think you understand. I'm not implementing stuff in the game where there's only one... Well, there's one hugely obvious counter. That's poor. That's never the goal. The goal is that there are multiple interesting counters. And right now, build shit tons of walls is not an interesting counter. Hey, Shalka, you'll box your base in. There's no point in me implementing a mechanic with one guaranteed trivial solution. I have considered fluids for FortressCraft 2. There's a whole document on this. That's pretty cool. Slime... But there are multiple ways of killing slimes in FortressCraft 2. We're also not talking about the major mechanic of the game. That looks pretty good. Yes, but with a real fortress, of course, something will attack the fortress, something will break the fortress, and I don't want to implement that in the game. That's one of the pillars of the game, one of the X's as it's referred to. I'm just gonna... While I'm doing the visuals, I'm going to switch the copy paste back to air. That was it. Use short. And certainly if I'm talking about doing large and complex gaming systems that are going to take me months, I want to be very sure as I can be, these are a good choice. Well, you've got slime traps and you also have slime attractors. I mean, at the very least, there's two. Okay, now my base will deconstruct itself just so I get a slightly better look. I want to do more about the fortress element of it. Absolutely. But people keep suggesting the same thing without any of the solutions. So you guys have got something you want. You want ground-based mobs. Sure. Here are the problems. I've given you the problems. Now I need the solutions for those. But Failsy, now you're talking about changing the game into a game that is not about your base, that is about you. Now, this is something I've said before. You are filthy, irrelevant scum. You are a pointless waste of space. Your only goal is to build stuff. Your base is king. You are not. And I don't want a game where it's a lot of it is about how good you are. It's about how good a base you build. So something that involves you having to do stuff is less, maybe as a single gameplay feature, but not as an overall thing. Did I manage to? The base is slowly. It does take quite a while to construct and deconstruct itself. I haven't put any load on the system. I probably should. But the reason for that is people have said to me, "Oh, I want better guns and shooting," and I said, "Well, I can't. I will never do a run and gun as good as Borderlands 2. I don't even want to try and compete. I want to stick with what the game's good at." Yeah, combat Falcors, maybe something like that. Absolutely. It is deconstructing, right? God, the frame rate's awful around this base. I haven't done any optimization yet. That's to do. Ah, there we go. Hope you're long away. Just wanted to get so I can make it. I get a little bit of a better feel for how this lights should look. But I guess I can just delete them myself. I think I just happened to build these on the most distant wall. Unrelated. I should watch the sunrise. So I've got a new atmospheric scattering system, which looks rather cool. Regarding changing the landscape from being boxes, yes, but that is not a simple thing. Now, yeah, see the nice new sunsets. How cool are they? Oh. I'll fix that. Oh, right, yeah, okay, that's fine. Fine, but I'll ignore it. Well, Felicio, I'm using what is known as atmospheric scattering. If you've played... Oh, forgot the name of it. If you've played Astroneer or No Man's Sky, you will be acutely aware of that sort of system and how it looks. And it looks great. It wasn't too bad to implement either. So I did have a mantra, certainly for working hard under pressure, getting stuff together. So it was get it to work well, and then get it to work fast in that order. So currently we're getting it to work. Andy and Todd have to make this look good. Yes, but Andy, we're making some specific models for this to avoid we've got a huge number of draw calls going on now. And how is this? A different height to that? I don't know. Tunnel nukers don't come near the base. Again, amused. No one's noticed that. They give up. They give up. So if you have a sensibly sized base, you'll never get hit by them. Don't ask me to quote the exact range. I can't remember. It's 96 meters or something. I know. I'm sure someone's going to come back with, "Oh, they hit my base," but that just kind of means that you cranked your base a bit big. Don't do that. Oh, bugger. That fair? No, it's going to be one. No, this is just it's just an asset pack. Asset pack lets me get stuff done quickly. Later on, then I will be doing. Andy will probably use this as a base, haha, for how we're doing the future stuff. Don't get me wrong, Todd and Andy are generally very busy lads. Ready? Not sure that's They arrive, their target distance. Yeah, they raycast through the world until they hit something. I'm trying to figure out where they'll explode. Target XYZ. They should aim for a point. Test Viz X. Attack clearance. Where's the range? Yeah, 16 meters. Like they shouldn't be able to. Oh, I guess from that side they might. Maybe. But yeah, they won't do it in a non-Sky landscape. Not that I've ever seen anyway. Fails here. Have you never seen the soft resin? Oh. Did I crash Unity? There we go. Thank you. Alright. there's our landscape. So you should be able to see the new positions there. So you can see where the resin's forming. The resin forms from the tunnel nukers. So tunnel nukers spawn at the base. I expect to be the wrong height. Oh yeah, floor. Where's the landscape? Which way direction I should be going? This way looks good, I think. I look forward to making more of this. I think this is one of my favourite things about FortressCraft, is the way the landscape gets completely knackered. Incidentally, when this works, which it doesn't yet, when this does work, this should be really cool. Where are we going? Let's head. So yeah, there's one. So they spawn, and then they just kind of fly forwards for a bit. No, Shauka, because you have the problem there that define unreasonable pathfinding. Okay? So let's say I make an obstacle. That obstacle is valid. Wait, if you never heard one, they make a noise. So, there's an obstacle. That's a valid obstacle. At some point, that was turned into an invalid obstacle. There's the problem. Is that suddenly, you will be making your pathing setup, and suddenly, they'll start chewing through it. Why is that? It's to clear it in a two-dimensional tower defense escape, but not a 3D one. Let's turn off the low poly landscape, by the way, because that is making things more complicated to see right now. So this is how the game works. So the whole landscape starts off being lovely, and then the tunnel nukers spawn from there, and they make a route from the overmines to your base. It's impossible for me to do it, I'll say, properly, which would be to generate a landscape that already looks like that. Plus, this way is more random, so that's also good. And the reason this works is that the player doesn't care about this bit for several hours. So this bit can take 10 or 15 or 20 hours to do. Anyway, there we go. Bang. Converts it to soft resin. Makes it a bit more. Carries on. I can also do the... now, what does it look like? Oh, it doesn't have an icon. That should narrow it down. Nope. I'm sure it was earlier than this. Yeah. There it is. If I make a mob spawner. Oh, wrong button. I forgot. Is it function key? Fast, wasp, heavy, boss. Run boss, use blob, camera-bot, tunnel nuker. Okay. Yeah, so if I make it spawn some what you'll see them, they'll fly off and they'll start to make more more base. Now, as a player, you don't care about this. This is just how the code works internally. It's how the ecosystem of the planet works as well, I guess, is another way of thinking about it. And there's a bit of organic rock just spawned. Right, I'm going to grab a drink. You can watch the landscape because it's pretty. Yeah, but Schalke, people will pathfind rather than build turrets. While I grab a drink, have a think about this. Players will carry stuff by hand for hours until they can get transport pipes rather than build turrets to avoid Minox. Incidentally, my thoughts on this, because no one asked what I was thinking, my thoughts on this are more likely that I will have mobs hit rooms, and if they hit a room, everything inside the room, quote unquote, takes damage. And when it takes damage, then everything in the room stops working. In the same way, if the CPH dies, everything in the CPH takes damage. So that's my thought. What? No, it doesn't. What are you talking about? Q empties the contents of a... Oh, Shift Q. What? Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. Performance is really beginning to take a hit now. I'm afraid, fails here. That is a classic, what I would describe as an imploit. Rather than do it properly, you found a way to do it improperly, and you've actually spent longer than just if you did it properly. Now, this is something that I think players bring from other games. FortressCraft has a virtually infinite world. You don't really need to worry about using up too much stuff. It's okay. I quite like how that looks. Yes, and glorious. So I will be generally focusing on FortressCraft being approximately this big. Why can I see the whole landscape? So I will be, although you can go outside this area, this is primarily the area that I will be focusing on more than anything else. There will be more stuff out there. Steve and I have chatted about like Starbound style alien fortresses and that sort of stuff. But well, I'm aiming to keep the play area more or less within a kilometre. Love. Right. Your current world is full of 5-digit veins. What? Excuse me. What quality setting are you on? Oh, what detail? What difficulty? Sorry. What resource difficulty specifically? My cat is sitting there staring at me because he's like, excuse me, I don't like what I don't like the food you gave me. I'd like something different. You don't get something different, Sophie. You can't have something different all the time. That's what I wanted to change. So you're on plentiful. I absolutely disagree that you are finding only 5-digit veins. Wow, Schalke, what? Okay, the floor will now build itself, and that one, it's probably going to be in one of the corners. Yeah, there we go. Good. Right, the base will fix itself in the next few minutes. You're on the second lowest. Yeah, so you're on plentiful resources, but not rapid. Like, I simply don't believe you. Or you're not very good at looking. One of the two. Ah, that looks rather good. Shiny. Like, I'm fairly sure I can go looking and without any effort at all. There you go, 130,000. So there's a 6-digit vein right there. My first one, and that's tiny. That is a good point, Steve. I don't know what I'm on. I don't know if I'm on... No, I'm on plentiful, not rapid here. Fails you. How far away from your base are you looking? There's a 300,000 one. Right, so I've just found 2 6-digit ones without even trying. That's a small one. 70,000 coal. That is very small. Schalke, because every map's the same. Every map is completely identical. They can't have any variation whatsoever. Every playthrough is the same. You'll always go to blah blah node, which will have blah blah material. Every game. Yeah, I mean 100 is probably fine, even with the reduction. Damn, that looks really good. I don't know why that looks quite so good. I think it's a bug in the... That looks freaking awful. I'll probably be retuning these. Yeah, I mean, same thing. I mean, if I had 40 meters, so I'm now 50 meters away from the base. $750,000. Is this just one block? Ha. I'm not disbelieving you, Felsia. I'm verifying that you're wrong. Because if you're not wrong, that's bad. That looks really good. That a bit less so. Oh, are you joking? Yeah, you see, Felsia, don't do that. Don't pre-defend. Yeah. When you have a single handcrafted map, you are looking at genuinely 5 man-years of work, 10-year man-years of work. There is absolutely zero possibility they'll just put together a new map. That is a major, major undertaking. I mean, look at something like PUBG. I mean, they do new maps, but they take a huge amount of time and they're broken for a huge amount of time. And that's just a freaking shooter. Oh man, be one of these. I hope you're wrong, by the way, Failure, because that was never the intent. The intent is finding the resources is generally easy. It's dealing with them that's the hard part. Again, back to Subnautica. That's why Subnautica would knock the piss out of me. Because I'm like, I just need titanium. Where do I get it? That's a small ore vein there, 750,000. Where am I? I'm about 100 meters away and 100 meters down now. It's also worth pointing out, if you can do pink coloured ones, you should. You can also check your mini-map as well. Your map and see. It's easier when you're in coloured, which I'm not, because I'm not in the easiest difficulty. But I'm certainly not seeing any tiny veins here. I haven't found any big veins either, but not seeing any tiny ones. Yeah, but they can't. That's the point. Their advantage and their disadvantage is the handcrafted maps. So it does also have advantages. You'll end up with some really nice maps. Should be really well balanced. Should be very interesting with all sorts of fascinating different areas and all that. But so, can anyone name any game written in the Unreal Engine with a big, big map that runs well? Astroneer, Ark, PUBG. Does anybody? Can anyone name one of those? I'll give you a minute. I'll give you as long as you like, I think. No, no one? Oh. What was the question? Any Unreal-based game with a large map that runs well. But, Fails here, when you're talking about a map that's even 1 kilometre big, you are genuinely talking about 10 people for a year to get that map to the quality needed. And that's just to make it look good. You want to make it playable and balance it, you are talking about enormous amounts of time. Remember, they're shipping the game with one map, and you're saying, oh, well, maybe they'll do a bunch more as DLC. Yeah, and maybe they'll ship the DLC with a free blowjob machine. But realistically, it's probably quite unlikely. Not saying it's not possible, just saying it's not likely. Because it's not likely. And you can't do randomizers because the reason that it looks so good in that trailer, and I when I looked at it, I was like, whoa, that looks good. Why does it look good? Because there's a single pre-baked lamp level. That means you can really get stuff done. You can have proper viz blockers. But that is not something you can quickly reproduce. Oh yeah, no, absolutely don't buy it at launch. Yeah, I mean, Crackdown's another good example. I mean, the map in Satisfactory is going to be, Crackdown sized, and that took a very, very long time to do. I'm not sure you should list Batman Arkham City as a game that runs well. I seem to recall there's quite some controversy about it not running well.
Was Crackdown Unreal?
Yeah, it was Unreal. Unreal 3, yeah. I should be more specific. Unreal 4, which is obviously what they're using. I can't remember. I've only played the first one. Which was one of the better games I've ever played. I've got some of the others, just haven't got around to looking at them. Oh, right, Arkham Knight, yeah. But those are Unreal 3 games. Now where's the sun angle stored? Is that in Survival Day Night? Now, where do we do sun angle? We do it. Or if we don't, we need to do it. Now, are we setting that in? Right, what's setting that now? Was Arkham City Unreal 4? As I said, I don't know. I really, really loved Arkham Asylum. Absolutely brilliant. Unreal Championship? No, it doesn't ring a bell. Anyway, my point is, with Satisfactory, we're still looking at a game with just a lot of questions on it. I don't think Darksiders is not a... Like, I can tell you for a fact Darksiders isn't a single big map, because you play Darksiders on the... the Wii U. The loading kicks off because the machine wasn't fast enough. I'm a little confused how this is all working, by the way. So I've been trying to move stuff out of here and into the new system. But I've just realised that the day-night control is correctly pulling out... Oh, that's off the current time of day. Okay. Yeah. Let's start using this one, because I want to get rid of the old ones. Use this for FC2. Now I'm gonna comment, but I'm not sure of that yet. So let's make that non-static and let's check my assumptions. Shauka, are you having a conversation with somebody I can't see? Like, I don't know who you're talking to. Or about what? Are you saying I should make the map bigger so that we have to have trains? Oh, that's a bug. A reminder. It's a reminder. Yeah, that's it. No, it's a bug. I need to find where's the sun? Right, so the sun's coming up at 0.25. It's overhead at 0.5. Oh, fuck my life. Kinda. I got to do the same thing again. Now, last time, some much cleverer person than me came up with a nice, neat way of doing it. I'm not limiting anything. What are you talking about, Shaka? What game are you talking about? Why are you talking about trains? You seem to have had a bit of a conversation and not invited the rest of us into it. Invite us into your mind. No, well, that's bigger than we've got currently. I can't make infinitely useful content for an infinite distance. It's just simply I am going to focus on that area. Morning, Peter. I think I just want to do sun angle plus equals 0.25, and then actually I don't do that at all. Sun angle equals negative moon angle. There. Oopsie, I changed the code. Does not like you doing that. Unity really doesn't like you altering the code while the game's running, and will almost literally crash every time, which is brilliant. But does beg the question why they let you do it. That's fucked. Well, I haven't lost anything. I don't understand your question. Factions. I mean, we're having companies, but I'm assuming that you mean PvP. Oh. What? I mean, I'm getting a bit low on that drive, but not that much. I'm going to assume that you're talking about PvP. Will you ever see it? I don't know. Do I have an enormous amount of fucking brilliant ideas for a genuine team-based week or month versus week and month PvP team-based game? Absolutely yes. Do I have any specific plans to? No. Would I like to do it? Yes. Am I going to do it? Well, probably not, as I said. Sorry. Do I think it would be cool? Again, yes. Oh, fuck. I have to click revert 15 times because Unity. I have no plans to make that any sort of core gameplay element at this point. I would, whilst I haven't played it, I've never heard positive things about Space Engineers or Ark or 7 Days to Die. That sort of come in while you're away and grief your base crap. So I'd like to. Don't get me wrong. Failure. If you drop me $2 million in my PayPal right now, I will hire a team and I'll get it done. Like, Steve and I had some great ideas about this. If nothing else, you've got the concept of, like, I'd certainly make it so players were irrelevant. You didn't sneak in and shoot stuff. But I'd make it so you had, like, a boring machine that was very slow. So you'd, like, point the boring machine at their base, and it might take a day to get there. looks good. Peter, yeah, but I would assume what I've done is slightly faster. My God, you're lagged as well. But yeah, it is equal to 0. But yeah, it is. But that would be slightly quicker because you're not loading 0 into the accumulator first. I just prefer that. Sun angle is a normalized number between 1 and -1. It even says in the comment, dude. Also, no one in their right mind works in angles. Everybody works in radians. Right, that should hopefully turn off the external lights. It's a bit too quick right now. You don't ever do maths in degrees. You always do it in radians because sine and cosine, etc., all work in radians. So I think it looks really good. And as the sun comes up, they will go out, though perhaps a little slowly right now. can make that much quicker. Probably just oh man, Demon Internet shutting down. Oh no. Sad face. Oh man, can I remember my old Demon? I can remember Terry Pratchett's email address, pterry@demoninternet.co.uk. Sad face. Ain't even here. If you're not British, none of that meant anything to you. But yeah, there are plenty of good ideas that would make for excellent PvP in this game. I am not arguing or disputing that for even a heartbeat. The issue is far, far more that doing so would be a very difficult prospect
to do.
And there is no particular guarantee it will be a commercial success based on that. It might be that when FortressCraft Phoenix is done, that we go, right, multiplayer games are really, really, really big now. That's what we focus on. Well, in that case, fails, yeah, I would probably just simply do it so not using belts. I would just limit your inventory so you have to use belts. But I mean, for instance, if I had a major YouTuber say, "Look, I want to do stuff on this game with you, but it has to be a cooperative multiplayer. Here's the contract." I'd be like, "Yeah, all right, co-op, competitive multiplayer it is." Phoenix, yes, but it's not spelled like that. Unless I change my mind. It's Phoenix, not Phoenix. Actually, what I might just do, alright, but like a direwolf said to me, "Hey dude, FortressCraft Phoenix, I want to promote it heavily, but it has to have competitive multiplayer." I'd be like, "Excellent, where do I sign?" I wouldn't be like, no, it is my vision. It's like, I'd be, "Yep, totes." Let's call that sleep time. should do it. That should now smoothly lerp, but go to sleep every 30 seconds. Well, I've certainly floated the idea of Direwolf, but I haven't got like, he's like, maybe, which is what he says. He says maybe. So when the sun comes up, now I am obviously advancing time. So over the next 30 seconds, all those lights will turn off. So all the lights are off. I can't skip time too much because of that issue. Oh, morning, Todd. You're fucking. Oh, no, it's 1 o'clock. Okay, up comes the sun, and the lights will all then fade up nicely. Rather nice. And then if I whoosh through to the sun coming up, they should turn off just as the sun comes above the horizon. Oh. But it'll be 30 seconds before it checks, and then it will go smoothly. Let's just hide the sun so I can see what's going on. Mostly good, by the way, Todd. I'll show you through in a second. Let me just gotta wait up to 30 seconds for the lights to turn off. Normally you wouldn't skip time, so it's not an issue. There we go, and the lights are going off. Sweet. Well, apart from that one, but obviously that one's broken. So this one. That one. Cool. So obviously, Todd, our or your priority right now is whatever we need for the mixer game. And for those of you who are for FortressCraft, sorry, we will be switching games within a couple of hours as we have a meeting with Microsoft tonight about another game. Right. So yeah, happy about that. I also need to predicate off the player being under the ground and stuff, but I think that actually looks rather cool. I'm happy with that. I think so. I mean, really, Todd. I don't know if you've got somewhere to host images, but if not, I do. We'll try it. They looked about right. I'm not sure about green on purple. I don't. Oh, that's okay as long as we'd have to bake the text in. But yeah, I think there's a gap anyway. But more or less, you don't need. Well, hold on. Let's go over the let's go over what you did last night, just so you're aware. So some of it looks really good. I think that looks excellent. I'm apart from the fact that I'm full stop happy with it. I'm happy with that right there. That's looking rather nice. Salat, the other game is primarily about making money. But the best bit is you can play it in your browser whilst I'm developing it. Let's go into this room up here first. I made a room of things. So they vary. Those are fantastic. That looks nicely rubbish, but the bump map's crap. These shiny ones look great. That one looks total ass. Don't know why. All of the gems, sorry, all of the ore looks rubbish. Looks totally rubbish. So, but that's okay. Nothing looks bad. Like, oh god, this needs to be fixed. We have got the tiniest shiny wet highlights on that. So it's good to know we can go that high, but you've gone too high on that. I've just also noticed they don't tile. Is that new? Like the colour map doesn't tile. And that's complete bollocks. That one. Those two are knackered. And crystal doesn't work either. But this one looks cool. I like that one. And yeah, that looks really good. I think I like this material so much because it's got a massive difference across its progression thing. So yeah, they look good. I like those. These, not so much. I don't quite. I think you just went a bit tight on the shiny, whereas more it needed to be shinier and the dull stuff. But overall, I think we can definitely do what we want to do. You also notice the game's looking a lot less broken than it was now. So that's also good, isn't it? Right, let me run up the other thing. Because then you can just grab... So we should be able to look at the mixer layout, because I should have... Okay, so if I run this up now, Todd, you should be able to get the buttons. And I don't think the buttons ever change size. I think we are... So I join. I think no matter what happens, those buttons do not change size. On the large layout, certainly. So if I paste you that image there, that should be the right size. Under all circumstances. So if I go smaller, the buttons stay the same size. They don't ever change size. They don't scale. So that big. Now I don't know why there's a gap between them. I haven't programmed in the gap, but I think that might just be kind of how it works. Like if I say it's this size, it's got a little sort of thingamajig about it. Oh, I'm actually playing. Cool. Because that's not me doing that, and there is a gap of 8 pixels apparently. I don't know. Now the thing is, as I said, they are 233 by 112. But I'm putting down a button that should be 240 by 120. So that there is 240 by 120. So I'm pretty sure it's automatically adding in a 4 pixel gap on a 2 pixel gap on 4 pixel gap on each side, I think. In the JSON, it's whatever I said last night, 12 by 10, I think I said. By 10. And you multiply that up by 12 for the pixels. Why is the fleet health there? That's a bug. But yeah, if you can, well, I can paste that to you there. Oh, I can't. Can I not? Yeah, there we go. That's it with the gutter. So I'm guessing you need to do... Oh, shit. I'm guessing you need to do ones that are 232 by 112. But I mean, there's a drop shadow and all sorts of shit on that. No, 232 by 114. I think. Yeah, it's 240 by 120, but has a 3 pixel gutter and 1 correction. I mean, it's a bit hard to tell. Why I'm guessing where it finishes. Because obviously, do I include the drop shadow? But if I don't include the drop shadow pixel, it's 112. So that's 8 by 8. Sorry, 20 by 10. 20 by 10. There's a 2 in it. 20 by 10. 20 by 10. And then it's putting in the gap and the drop shadow and all that. Thank you for coming along, Philzer. I remember I stream every day. So you're always welcome to join in. I'm going to grab a drink because I've run out. And then we will... Todd will now do some icons. And when Todd's done the icons, we'll change gear. And we'll spend a bit more time focusing on the fleet game. So when I can show it to Microsoft, I go, wow, that looks good. Rather than me going, oh, that's placeholder, ignore that, that's broken, ignore that, that's broken. So let me go grab a drink and then we will carry on. Sure. Do you have anywhere handy to upload them to, by the way, or not? I mean, I don't know whether or not it will clamp off like the pixels around the edge, or whether it scales it in there, or I have no idea. Bye bye laser. You watch me have to put that back in, and yeah, bye bye tutorial. There may be a tutorial. I'll comment that one out. Oh, haha, it would never clear. Right, that should clear that up. The aspect ratio is wrong on those. We do need screen size ones at some point. No, they really are. Did you not see the loading screen, Todd? No, I mean, I could, if we only were doing posters, I could probably do it differently. I just wanted to get rid of things that were definitely FortressCraft 1. That's an ongoing task. Oh, not quite then. Oh, right, there needs to go. Okay. Oh. Um. Transform L trans equals. Oh, where do we actually get these from? The I'm calm. That's right. Well, I have had some thoughts. Now, none of you came up with the one solution I've been toying with about surface-based mobs. Okay? What's the solution to the fact that most of the counters to surface-based mobs are impenetrable? The solution is simple. You make it to the player cannot and will not and does not want to make those defenses. So we have seriously been thinking about probably taking the existing constructor bots and making them better, but making them substantially better. Up to and including, for example, like logistics bots going outside in long distances. We've got some really cool bots. Like I found an asset pack of just wicked looking bots, and that's the solution. Are you seriously? Check this out. So if you can have a situation where bots have to travel from A to B and have to route find, and they can only go up and down slopes and flats, suddenly that's also the route the bad guys will take. And then you also have a combination of having logistics and defenses all kind of working together. And that also hits one of the other major goals that I would like for FortressCraft 2, which is to have more life. Right now, without any Falcors, the base is dead. It's just nothing. So that's one of my thoughts. Something I've been umming and ahhing about. Part of the solution is also for the player to put down nav points. So then the mobs will move from A to B via the nav points. I'll tell you what I'm going to do is simply, if value is 4, Now, that I like the idea of. I wanted to get the constructor bots better. I made mistakes in their development. I am planning when patch 25 goes live, I will make an apology for the constructor bots. They were nowhere near as good as I couldn't make them as good as I wanted them in the timescale that I wanted to. But the freight is way better than I'd expected. Oh, good. That's fine effects. Excellent. This will probably go, by the way. This will probably just be invisible. And then I keep walking out. I can walk out the walls. I haven't got any collision on them again. But that solves the issue when the player has to fiddle the landscape to make it work for the mobs. Then he can't then stop mobs getting in, and the mobs can then root stuff. Okay, lights are off, and do we like that? I like that. I like the blur, I like everything. I'm not too sure what to do about the internal lights though. Because they do kind of look cool, but they might need to be on outside. So at the very least, I think. But that looks sweet. But I'm not really sure I want a shadow casting light running all the time. When you say what kind of terrain, one of the things I was asked for many times in FortressCraft was like, can we have the snow back and can we have it so we have hot landscapes and dark landscapes? The point I have to make is I have to balance all these. They all have to work, and it's hard enough getting one right. Grasslands from what? FortressCraft Chapter 1? Okay. So maybe flip-flopping between projects a little bit for a while. So I'm going to hook that up to all the buttons then, Todd. And we'll see what we get. So, Silath, the game actually has support for mods. It has extensive mod support. But No one's ever done it. Yeah, so when you... So let me try and look at the highlight. That's quite annoying, actually, Todd. So, what size is that? That's the progress bar. I can grow it and shrink it, but we might want it in some cases. Now, if I make it at half for sake of argument, I think most of them don't have any specific buttons. Yeah, but it has a built-in drop shadow, doesn't it? So you hover the mouse over something. So, for instance, when the ship health goes down to half, that bar goes down to half. This is a bit weird, isn't it? So, your stuff aside, can you... Your image is... But, I don't know. Because it has drop shadows already. So I go back to this image here. It fundamentally has drop shadows built into it. So, but yeah, we can't use the bars. No, I don't think you need to build in a drop shadow. And if we want to use the progress bars, then we need to go 1 pixel less in whatever it is, 3 pixels right. On the good thing is, though, I don't need to change the code. You just need to re-upload it. That looks a lot nicer already. And that looks really quite much better. And I can obviously have ones with no label. And then we just have a texture. I don't know if you notice, it takes a couple of seconds to pull in, though. Oh, it's cached now. Initially. Okay, fill the button space and then we'll try it again. Oh, hold on. I've just noticed I've got this same script twice. So I said the short-term goal for FortressCraft 2 is to make it look very different to FortressCraft 1. at all points when I'm streaming FortressCraft 2 or patrons are playing FortressCraft 2, all of those things, I want people to go, oh, that's definitely new, or wow, is this the next patch? That's also fine. So for short-term goal, make it look very different. I still haven't purchased a Steam slot for it or anything like that. If anybody is super, oh my god, we have to have this immediately, then obviously we can get on with things. But right now, I'm not worrying about making the game playable. It might still be playable, as long as you kind of ignore the weird ass bass. Oh no, it's not, because you need a laser to charge it. Yeah. If I just remember which of these windows is the actual mixer one. I don't think it spotted the change. Can you tint them or something? Like, quickly change it from purple to orange or green or whatever, so we actually know that it's actually changed. Because I don't know whether or not I need to. I don't know even how to do that. It used to be Shift F5 on Internet Explorer, but that doesn't seem to work. Open the DevTools. Do you mean press F11? No, F12? I assume you mean press F12. It might be that Todd messed up the upload. That's why I'm like, we'll just change the colour of it briefly, so we can be sure. The hardest part, by the way, is going to be developing the entire game around 8 buttons, I think. Huh? F12 under network. What? Oh, network. What? It says disable cache with a checkbox. Yeah, I don't know how. Like, I can click disable cache. Well, that's ticked. I've pressed F5. So, template blank 1. I hope that's what you meant. There you go. Yes, that lines up now. So that's cool. I don't know why it decided not to download them. Obviously, well, it will time out eventually. Yeah, that's just so we knew the image was updating. That was all. But that means that they line up correctly. So Todd, are these full size then? So has it scaled them down slightly, or have you made it at the size taking into account the border? Oh, yeah, I'll put that back to the other ones. I'm surprised because I'm actually surprised it's cached. So you're making them full, so it's scaling it down slightly in order to get the gutter. Okay, if string.null is or empty, L button graphic equals false. I'm wondering if I can actually do... Can I actually set that to that? Can I set a static const as the default behavior for... Looks like I can. Sweet. Oh, good. The buttons work again now. Good. Oh no, yeah, I'm back to the one without the one. I assume it will time out eventually. So yeah, Todd, for the buttons that we've got, if we can get where you think there should be a button, if you can do one for the things we've got, it shouldn't be that hard to hook them up. And then once that's done, we'll go over everything that we do have and see whether or not we have anything we want to change. So that's like a plan. Let me know if you need me to run it or tell you what the buttons are or anything like that. And I'm going to have a play with an idea I had for the weather. Now the camera particles. I don't know where to put it. Oh yeah, I mean, I just worry about the ones we've got. There's not really that many for the minute. I haven't hooked up any of the spaceship selection. I am a hair concerned about trying to get it all within 8 buttons, but there's nothing stopping me, for instance, spawning an up and a down button on the right hand side, so the player can then page through stuff. But most of it isn't too bad. What does forward mean? Okay, that's fine. Don't match rotation. Right. I'm just going to leave this running for a minute. I'm going to pop to the loo and I'm going to quickly grab something to eat. So I'm going to be back in a couple of minutes. Feel free to have a mess around, and Todd, if you need to look at any of the buttons, they'll be up for the next minute. So I'll be back in a few minutes with a drink and a sandwich. I'm back. Did we win? Oh man, no one joined. Sad face. Well, I'm going to eat my sandwich, so I'm going to join. Yeah, Todd should probably note that Keemstar is not very reliable. I mean, we knew this, but goddamn, come on. Okay, so I don't know if you're there, but I've been talking with some people with 3D printers, and because I looked at a few, now Amazon is doing a lightning deal of a 3D printer, and oh, it looks really good. It's an Anycubic Photon 3D printer. Oh, I think that's a resin printer though, not a plastic printer. I can't tell. Actually looks really good. What? Can this print a gun? So it's a DLP printer, whatever that is. However, Amazon, you need to offer me more than 15% off if you want me to drop 400 quid on a 3D printer. Like, yeah, nice try. That one appears to be a UV dyeing resin printer, but looks really good. What a great sandwich that was. So, one of the cool things is that some of you guys have been leveling. So when I start implementing different things, people already have a level. Right. I probably do, Peter. I think I get like a player left thing. Oh, maybe not. I don't know. Oh, pretty much done. Just leave it like that. So I kind of have an idea with what I want. Now, is this the additive one? I can't remember. Oh, why is that not? I'm confused. Why am I not seeing the other side of the sphere? Yeah, exactly like that. That's exactly what I wanted. No. Yeah, kinda. I think I need to do a two-sided alpha blended dual scroll version though. So that you had too much to drink. Oh, come on, Unity, in your own time. Two-side DS alpha. Why do you ask, Peter? Oh right, yeah. You can't. There's no concept of players leaving at all coded though. Even if I whether I do or don't get that, it won't. What will happen is you will need to opt into each round. Probably. I'm not planning on allowing people just to idle because I don't get anything from idling. Oh, I forgot what it is. Blend 1-1 alpha. It's tradition. You know, it's 1 inverse source alpha or something. Source alpha 1 minus source alpha. It's weird. There are so many ways of blending. There are thousands of blend methods, and almost without exception, you just use the same one. Almost almost literally, without exception, there is only one blend mode that everybody uses. Which makes me laugh, really. My internet's being horrendously slow. What's the betting if I run speed test though? It's absolutely fine. Oh look, 50 megabits per second down. And upload. And yet I sit here staring, waiting things to load. Really? It's a bit of a shame that actually, hold on. Can I do the wrap mode? There's some new wrap modes in Unity, and one of them is ping pong wrap mode, which solves that sort of that seam. I don't think what I have in mind is going to work suddenly. Guess we'll find out. Right, why doesn't that do anything, first of all? Why is the alpha not... Excuse me. You what, mate? It is this shader I'm altering, right? Yeah, good. I'm confused. Is that right? Off colour. Colour is the input colour. Okay, so why isn't it transparent? Or is it just that there's nothing to see the other side of it? Yeah, I mean, I should be seeing that there. So I don't want it to be a solid sphere. Z right off. Like if I do 1, 1, that will make it additive, which should be bright red, but transparent. Did I just misread the... Yeah, look at all these insane amounts of blend operations. None of which anyone ever uses. Like, these ones, even these are more than I tend to use. Source alpha, 1 minus source alpha, traditional transparency. Multiplicative. Difficult word to say. That might actually be better though. But that's actually pretty cool. Multiplicative is probably not the right approach though. And I don't really know why it's green. Hey, Zerial. More importantly, no, what? No, not. Fuck off, Siri.
I don't know how to respond to that.
Alpha still does not seem to be... Well, if I comment this line out, it doesn't seem to do anything at all. I don't understand. Okay, let me just stop the scrolling because that's actually not helping me to sort of visually decide what the issue is. But if I set this to bright red, it goes bright red, that's fine. If I set it to full alpha, it's not. I can see nothing through that. I don't know why. Why? Why? That should be just fine. Fine. I said right, it's off. Call off, lighting off. Ah, hold on. What about shadow casting? Okay, well, actually, probably shadow casting on because actually that does amusingly solve the other issue of trying to make it dark. Ah. I did the alpha pragma. Ta-da! You think it would have mentioned that somewhere in the documentation? It's not quite where I'm going. It's beginning to... Just a bit concerned about the weird ass blending artifact. What's that? That's actually quite a nice effect, that one. Not what I want, not what I'm going for, but so... What am I going for? Sort of a sandstorm, but one that... This is the base. This won't be just purely this, but it will... It'll be along with the particles. I can't seem to get the right quite the right look. And that appears to be actually I was going to go and have a look, but that won't work, will it? Might it be because it's not casting, because it is casting a shadow? You what, mate? All apart from the fact it's the wrong colour. Sort of the effect I'm going for. Sort of. I don't want to do this with the particle effect. I really don't. This is really cheap. The idea is I want to mix this up with a part of a particle effect. No, because they won't. Or will they? If I just go to particles, alpha blended. Yeah, even that's got some. Oh, that's interesting. Ironically, that's, if anything, that's better. Oh man, don't tell me I'm going to do it like this. This is a weird way of doing it. Well. Ew, not quite like that. So I've got some very strange blending stuff going on here. So all effects generally in computer games, they're not just one thing. You don't just put down a thing and you're done. They're always chunks of effects over effects over effects. I am honestly bemused at what that pink is though. And if we assume it's dark, come on, nighttime. And dark, so much darker here. Kinda. The idea is that when you first start the game, you see, what you'll see is this. You'll just get heavy fog. You don't get to see the game at all. And you'll get directed to your base. The soft blending actually works quite well there. Because it disappears nice and softly. Let me take that. That's an improvement on what I had a minute ago. That's a good start. It's also fun being around the beginning of these things. Often things go through many iterations, and this is just the broad strokes. And if you watch like Bob Ross or something, you know that sort of those first strokes often aren't very obvious or understandable, and then they improve over time as we hone in on what we're trying to do. That's not bad, actually. That's not bad for daytime. It's about to be nighttime when we come in, though. Yeah, something like that. So when you first start the game, this is what you see. So you don't see the whole world because it's generating, you see. And probably I would also click the wrong button every single time. Probably also clamp the draw distance 32, because then there is nothing to see. Any thoughts? Like, you know, should it be doing that? Like, should it be doing this? Right, it's a completely sort of whirly horror. Or not. I think the background might need to... That probably works the best there. So the background's still solid. Possibly even that one is... And the closer ones then are moving around. More swirly. Weather, Todd. Weather. Sandstorm specifically. And it'd help if I had a texture that tiled. What do you mean by volumetric fog? You just mean range fog. Because range fog looks shit. Has no texture in it. I mean, let me do bright yellow fog or whatever, because there's no... I'll just do bright yellow fog, turn this off. Oh. Does the world... Oh, I need to use global fog. But anyway, the point is there's no interest. It's just solidness. Wow, Unity's doing some really weird stuff there. But yeah, with normal fog, it's just fog. Doesn't look like a sandstorm, it looks like fog. Well, a lot of the idea is it's always about layering several effects on top of each other, and then hopefully no one can work out quite how you did it. Hopefully. But yeah, you know, volumetric, that just looks foggy. This needs to look like a sandstorm. Now, I suspect I will put some fog on top. Like that. I'm a bit confused why some stuff is picking up fog and some isn't. But this is the intro sequence will be fog for however long it takes to cover up the generation of the loading. Hopefully not too long. I actually quite like, not like as in, ooh, that's nice, but that actually gives the kind of effect I'm going for. Obviously, Todd will have to do a texture. The idea is that the heavy fog covers up everything and that you are forced into the base. So at the beginning of it, you land, it's super heavy fog, brackets, the game, the world is generating. You have to then make it to the base, which will take you, 10 seconds. But that's how we're talking about how long this effect is probably going to last. It's probably 10 seconds. I do have a screen effect. I don't know, I'm always in two minds about screen effects. Always. Because sometimes I'm like, wow, that's cool. And then quite often I'm more like, oh, this is stupid. Why have we got that? Like why, like in Subnautica, when you stick your head up from under it, the water drips come off. But the good thing about that effect I've just done is this particle system is probably 10 or 15 times more expensive than that effect. I don't think I've ever seen camera effects done as anything other than for the hell of it. Yeah, but I'm not sure what that's got to do with crap on the lens. Yeah, I guess blood splat on the lens isn't a terrible idea. Okay, let's see how that looks when they're combined together. Although, interestingly, let's see how that looks. As ever, it's dead easy to do brilliant looking particles. It's so easy to do it. All you have to do is put a million teeny tiny particles down and it looks great. It's much harder to do good looking particle systems that are efficient enough to actually run. Man, I need to spawn at a hell of a rate to... Actually, I can do that. Hang on. Emission, rate over distance. I do it over 100 over distance. Oh, this is going to be interesting. So when I move forwards, I'm not spawning enough. That doesn't work, does it? Sort mode by distance. Aha. Probably a little bit much. Do we think it's probably a bit much? Probably a bit much. Well, it's kind of getting the effect I want. I mean, not entirely, but kind of. It looks quite cool. If I'm not moving, that looks rather good. If I'm moving, not too bad. But the hopeful idea, I can't even tell it's not a day at the minute. There'll be a big marker. The idea is, I said, kind of like this. Out of curiosity, if I turn off my fog spheres. Yeah, so there you go. There's a good example, Dave. That's it with just the particles, which doesn't look bad. And that's it with particles plus the fog sphere. So you're getting all the sort of like, it looks like wind gusting and things move together. It's adding together all the effects into the effect you want. Now the hard bit will be stopping the player wandering off, getting lost, and then complaining the game is broken. That's how players are. Ah, we're safe. Thankfully, I don't have to get it right today. Which is always good. It's framing out like anything. I'm not going to bother checking why at the moment. Currently the base is really expensive to render. We'll probably have unique lights, by the way. Just curious if I can see these when the fog is at its thickest. But there'll be some sort of Forza style HUD come this way thing going on. Probably I can, yes. But yeah, that's not bad. That's, I mean, even if you did get lost... Oh, no, never mind. Ironically, if you stand still, the mist does fade away a bit. It's quite a nice trick, actually. If you move, it just generates more. Probably generates far too many. But you don't want people to go, wait, hold on, I'm going over here. Oh, right. We also don't want it to be daytime. No, people won't notice damage. They'll walk off into the desert, die, and then complain why they died. Have you never played a computer game before, Dave? That's exactly what people do. The one I get a lot in FortressCraft is I did this stupidest thing and I died, / the game crashed, / it doesn't work, fix it. Like an awful lot of the stuff I get told to fix in FortressCraft, a huge amount of it is English is user error and then wanting me to fix their user error. Like, no. Like, don't do that. Example is, one of the ones I did fix is the CPH. You could blow it up with a bomb. And I'm like, well, why did you put a bomb down by your base and blow it up? Oh, yeah, but you shouldn't let me do that. Well, well, yeah, Dave, I agree with you. Have you watched She-Ra on Netflix? It's a Netflix exclusive. It is only available on Netflix. They have chosen colour schemes that don't compress. Where is the front door? Okay, so 16. Okay, so for Z equals 80. Z equals... What's the Y? No. Hold on. I have had lots of people... I'm giving you an example. Don't fucking argue back against it. My point is, people do obviously stupid things, and I am expected to stop them doing stupid things. Okay? I'll give you another example. Why can't you dig up your manufacturing plant?
Because people dig it up and chuck it down a hole and then complain on the forums they've got
Stuck and give me a negative review.
a lot of my time in
FortressCraft has been spent stopping players doing stupid things. I can sit here and I can endlessly comment on these because people are idiots. No, I don't think you understand. I'll give you another example. I just bought a car and I drove it into a wall. I do not write to the manufacturer going, hello, your car let me drive it into the wall. I'm like, well, why would you do that? No.
Are you trying to be annoying on purpose here? Stop making me come up with specific examples, plural. My point is, I have to wipe players' asses far more than I want to. Expecting them to go, I'm taking health, maybe I should go back the other way to go, is not going to happen.
No, not a self-driving car. How is FortressCraft equivalent to a self-driving car? That should maybe do it. But in a computer game, I should be expected to give player challenges, not someone did something stupid and tell me to take it out so they can't do something stupid again. That is not, to me, part of my remit as a games designer, but apparently it is these days. Well, my point's about messing up in the game. Why does it let me do X? It goes wrong when I do X. Don't do X then. You shouldn't let me do X. And then, of course, when I don't let people do X, I get complaints, why can't I do X? I'm not talking about game-ending things, but if you put down a bomb and set it off and shit goes wrong, why... Hello, I've bought some dynamite and I've set it off and I've blown up my house. Well, why did you do that then? Oh, well, did you not realise that bombs explode when you set them off? Why did you let me set off dynamite inside my house? Like, why did you set it off? What did you think? The usual response is, I didn't know how big it was, and my immediate sub-response is, well, why didn't you go somewhere else and check? Why did you check at your base, you fucking moron? But yeah, I completely disagree. Why should the game not have end states? If you are idiotic enough to set off a bomb inside your base and it blows your base up, why should I give a shit? Hello, I'm stupid and I've done something stupid. Don't let me. Why? Even with the bomb base, and it's a game-ending thing. Why would you set up a bomb? But in No Man's Sky, you would just teleport back to the beginning of... You would just teleport to your last save game. Are there explosives in No Man's Sky? There certainly aren't any in Astroneer. Nico, the development has finished on FortressCraft. Was I not clear enough with that? It's It's done. There might be another patch, but it's only critical things. Are you listing me anything critical? And I mean critical as in it is embarrassing and shocking that this is in here and it must be fixed immediately. But Robert, you understand that I get tired of wiping people's asses for them. I get tired of going, what stupid thing could they do now that I must stop them doing because that is apparently my role. But yeah, No Man's Sky, if you die, you just go back to the last save point. Oops. Oh. Well, Nico, I mean, this is it. I mean, I thought I tried to be quite clear in my post. I did one last patch after I said I'd finished patching it. There is a secret patch if that is useful, but right now I can't keep developing. There are so many things I want to fix. It's not just the one thing. Like, look, check this out. Right, we'll just look at the Trello. Right, just the Trello, not the other. These are all the things that I know that are wrong with the game, and that's just the stuff that I know is wrong with the game since I started doing Trello. And then we've got the it's here somewhere. Then we've got the public bug list, which I bet you didn't check. Then we've got the public bug list, which is enormous. I mean, it just... I'm well aware. I am. And then there's 58 major things I'd like to implement. And then we've got 66 further comments. And I didn't get those things. Okay, but Robert, you do understand that is something you decided to do. That's the point I'm making. Not that the player can't do stupid things, but if the player does do a stupid thing, it's pretty obvious it was stupid. Nico, I'm not annoyed. You haven't been annoying me. It's just that I keep on telling people it's done. In fact, I literally just got a message on Discord. Like, I understand I've been developing this game for years, but no offense meant. This is not a direct comment at anyone. If you wanted me to continue developing the game, you should have been a patron. And if you're a $10 patron, you should have been a $500 patron. I developed the game as long as I could. I fixed as much as I could. I improved as much as I could. I cannot do it anymore. I have already done it for probably a year longer than I should have. So this is where we are. Okay, but Robert, if you put down dynamite in your house and you stand next to it and set it off, something in your brain might go, I'm not coming back from this. That's just one example, because the example I'm giving you, which you seem to be arguing against, but I don't know why, the example I'm giving you is because you'd have to be really stupid to do that. It's a really obviously stupid, potentially game-ending thing to do. So why would you do it? I'm not saying if you do it, the game shouldn't cope or let you carry on. Perhaps it should, perhaps it shouldn't. My question is, A, why would you do it? And B, once you had done it, why would you then blame the developer? Which is what's happened. Like, if I set off a bomb and everything gets blown up, I'd be like, should not have done that. That's the correct response, not fuck me, I'm going to be telling the dev off for that. That's not the correct response. At all. The response should not be, why did the developer let me do something idiotic? Why did you do so? Because you can. Fine. You can also go out and stab a policeman in the eyeball. There are consequences for doing things like that. That's my problem, is that people expected to be able to do stuff in the game that is clearly and obviously stupid. And I don't mean here, this isn't a subtle thing. This isn't stupid like I didn't bother defending my belts. Subtle stupid. This is outrageous stupid. I do like this new system. I'm curious whether or not I'll keep it in, or whether or not people will demand that they gain back this this part of it. Okay. Like in Astroneer, I've never even dared to set off a bomb next to my bases. I'm pretty sure it will blow it up. I'm pretty damn sure it will blow up my base. So I don't do it. Or I would back up my game first. Or I would build a quick second base and blow it up going, yes, it definitely did. I try to be very positive in my notes. Nico, frame rate, bake, and I can't remember the other one. I'm using that one so long, and thanks for all the blocks. Kind of something like this. I mean, yeah. I don't really want to go off that way because it's quite obviously horrible. Even in the middle of the day. That's kind of not far off. And then obviously it will dissipate when we hit the airlock. Right. Night time, please. There we go. Probably I'd actually shine the lights in. We'd probably have some specific lights. I don't know who this nice man is, but he's like, oh, you should have had a donate button. Just a note, there is a donate button at the bottom. Don't click it. There is a donate button at the bottom of my Twitch stream, and it's really loud. And I don't know what more I can do for people. I don't. Let's go up 16. Let's go up a long way. We'll clear a nice big sort of run. And at the end would be the drop pod or whatever that is. But yeah, genuinely, I would love to continue work on FortressCraft. I would love FortressCraft Phoenix to just be a patch for FortressCraft. That would be awesome. It's not going to happen. For many reasons, FortressCraft does not make the money that it needs to. I do like this system. So this system should mean that on the game's start, the base can build itself over the first minute or so, and that was one of the big problems with the previous game. Is the crash crater and all that was very hard to generate in time, but now it doesn't matter whether or not it does. Even if you manage to outrun the generation, which I guess you could do, it is going the wrong direction. Let's assume this is staying for. Work from crash site, from land site to the base, and in a minute I'll work out roughly what that should look like, and we'll get the drop pod there. As I said, the first goal in FortressCraft's Phoenix's life is to make it look very different. So you go, oh, that looks good. Oh, wrong world. But I do want to continually head off rumours and stuff. As I said, I want to continue developing FortressCraft forever. I love FortressCraft. I have a million ideas. I have a million bugs. If I could afford to, I would. And probably I should also empty down the side, so this is always a like a ridge. The tricky part is blending it out, because there could still be a canyon there. And then we can put nice pretty railings down the side of it, have a nice pretty launch pad, all of those things. But this will all happen before the player starts. Half-Life, why would you remove the magma bore? And it's big, but it's only one machine. Did you get back to me on my questions on your thread? I did spot. See me? I did ask some questions, and I seriously doubt that the I have to say, Nico, what I would like for the future is a okay, it won't improve any performance, right? And it won't. And then it's big, but that doesn't mean it's slow. I might have to do something terrifying, like crank up the brightness of those probes off in the distance. So yeah, if we turn off the weather, clickety bonk. I mean, you'll get a little bit back, but you might get like a 50th of a frame a second. But yeah, I will probably look at the thing is, submitting bugs is fine, but then I need someone whose full-time job is just to look at those and decide if they're going to be done. So Fagon, I'm assuming that you're watching. That is the most disheartening thing anyone has ever said to me. He says he thinks I lack motivation. I lack many things in my life: a Ferrari, a helicopter, money, but I do not lack motivation. Absolutely not motivation. Definitely not. So yeah, that makes me sad that you said that, because the one thing I have lots of is motivation, or I wouldn't have started programming at 9 o'clock this morning, and I'll be finishing. I like, in case you're not on stream, I do not lack motivation. I work 10 to 14 hours a day. Every week. My half-built Millennium Falcon. Yes, I lack the motivation to do Lego, but that's because I've been working instead. Dave, did you see the lighting kit I bought? Okay, so if x is greater than or equal to -3 and x is less than 3, oh, you can make games you lack motivation. You know, I'm sure the people who, like security guards, aren't motivated. It would just be, it's a job. I mean, I know a lot of people who do in the gaming industry. There's no motivation at all. There's none. It's their day job. That's it. The end. It's their day job. That's the thing. I'm lucky in that I get to work on what I really, really want to do. Okay, so if I put that to -8 to -8, all the rest of it should be ramp upwards, air, or ignore whatever. Let's think a second. I'm going to get this wrong. So at min y, it's -2, which is the floor, plus okay, so if x is less than 0, x is 0. If x is... Oh, we know that x is... oopsie, equals negative x. X is now between 4 and 16. 8, sorry. And then the min y is -2 plus x. So if we are... If y is greater, oopsie, if y is less than min y, continue. We don't care. It's the canyon wall. If I screw this up, I can start the world again. That's the worst bit. Else L target block equals e cube type dot air. Actually, let's set that to EQ. Let's something else. So instead of clearing to air, we'll clear it to alloyed space window. It doesn't matter what we clear it to, apart from the fact what? Huh? Huh? I'm guessing we just never used those. Wow. Just meant you couldn't build them from code. Okay, let's carry on. So hopefully, if this works up the canyon walls, we should see things. So Fagon, I haven't stopped working. I'm working on stuff. I'm just working on stuff for FortressCraft 2 because I can sell FortressCraft 2. I don't. A lot of the problem of FortressCraft is that it sells for $3. That is a big problem for me because it is not enough money. And I've completely messed this up, haven't I? Yes, I have. What did I do? Okay, so. Okay, that's... X is less than -3 or greater than 3. Yeah, that might have actually been greater than. Let's try that. Let's try greater than. See what I get. Oh, have you not seen it before, Zebra? Now, Half-Life. Check your log file. But send me a screenshot first. I mean, just stick it on Twitter. Just stick it on Discord. Please don't upload it to Steam and link the Steam page. Just paste it on Discord. Okay, I've still messed it up. X is now between 4 and 8. Oh yeah, so x minus equals 4. And then we should get a 4 meter slope up the sides. Let's try that. Uh-oh. Somebody may have programmed an infinite loop. It may have been me. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's going to be interesting. Good, it finished. I meant the temporary variable, not the loop variable. I wouldn't be surprised if it's left the process running there. Accidentally programmed in an infinite loop. We've all been there. Just me, okay. Yeah. You've got 5 more seconds, then I'm going to kill you. 5. Okay, yeah. I thought I might do it. There's going to be just a... Come on. Chop chop Unity. I've got all day. You need to add debug world, please. I think it's debug world. Might be debug entities. I need the one that goes here. But you're getting 40 frames a second. I don't know what your problem is. You should probably turn off compression too if you don't have many. I mean, you're talking about low frame rate. I mean, oh no, you're the one. You've got glitches happening. That was it. I mean, there are fundamental limits to how much you can do. But some things are more expensive than others. Now that looks better. Well, nearly. Whoopsie. Or no, wait. I'm forget this for a minute. This shouldn't be able to write in onto that width. If x is greater than equal -3. Yeah, that's... Frame rate. Okay. So we're debugging your LFGP. We could do that. Don't know if I just pressed the wrong button. Wrong level. Shh, will matter, darn it. I'm really confused. I mean, that bit's not right either. I know what it is. I know what it is. I puts in the Z stripe. So if it's less than -3 or greater than 3, yeah. It'll totally work this time. No, it's the CPH. Oh, Arrakis, is this the ridiculous one? So, I get my news from... no, come on, YouTube. There we go. Oh, this isn't it. Have you seen the new one? Oh my god. New SpaceX. It's the most gorgeous thing I have ever seen in proper... Yeah, there you go. That's their next... Look at that. That's just... Oh, that's how you do space... That's not a render. That's an actual spaceship. That's actually how it looks. Brilliant. I'm going to stick this on a different window. I love how they've done this as well. They have... like all of this sort of stuff, like the little progress bar and things. It's so brilliant. I was going to skip forwards then. I'm so used to watching YouTube videos. I'll pop that. Oh, I just tried to drag that onto a different computer. That don't work. Okay, so Half-Life, you know you've got 25,000 conveyors, right? There's your first problem. You have nearly 5,000 storage hoppers. That's too many. Overall, though, I don't know why you're getting segment issues. I would assume you have destroyed all the surface attacks. I assume you've destroyed all the cryoplasm. I hope those are fair and safe statements to make. I can't see anything causing any load. You've got a lot of machines, but they're completing within 10% of the load, so I don't know why you're getting any issues at all. Try not to have too many machines that build things, but I don't see any. I mean, I'm assuming it's just you've got a lot of resin handling going on, but you do need it. Off the top of my head, I'm afraid I don't know. Everything looks fine there. Yeah, that all looks fine. Just your threads are whatever. You've got no purlin gen. You have a bit of a graphics queue. So if you do get things that are missing segments and stuff, that can be, if that graphics queue is high. You don't need 4,800 storage hoppers. There's only 200 things. But that's not causing your issue. I said that. You need to listen to everything, not just the first thing I say. You have to listen to all the things in order. So, I don't see any issues with your base. You are only at about, 20% of load. You're fine. Zebra, I don't care whether it goes to space. It looks amazing. Off the top of my head, I don't know. My only guess would be a lot of liquefiers and things because they write to the world, but I don't know. Mostly, it could just be it's a bit slow because these. Oh wait! Here we go. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, everyone's clapping and cheering. It's only made it 20 feet in the air. I assume other manufacturers also send their things into space. Like, I'm assuming there are other manufacturers around the world. I assume NASA does. Why aren't they all there? Oh, that is beautiful. Look at that. Incidentally, when I got the True Cloud system work, I should be able to do the same thing. And it's now doing 1,000 kilometers an hour. I think this is the hardest part now. This is the riskiest part right now. I was holding my breath. 1,500 kilometers an hour. So that's the dangerous part. From now on, it's boring. That's the difficult part. That's nearly as fast as my motorbike. But yeah, why don't NASA do this? Part of why SpaceX is so popular is they're streaming it live. They're showing all this stuff live. It also just makes me just annoyed that Kerbal doesn't look even 1% as good as it should. Hey look, the Earth's not flat, look. No. The most G is not the risky part. The risky part is the most atmospheric density, which is speed multiplied by atmospheric density. Yeah, didn't they get into trouble for showing... You need a license to show footage from orbit, and they did for the SpaceX launch and get told off. I guarantee you my motorbike would out-accelerate this 0 to 200 kilometers an hour. Guaranteed. Now, above 200 kilometers an hour, I suspect the rocket's going to probably do better. Like, let's see the bag filling up as the pressure drops. It's just beautiful. Kerbal should look even slightly this good, and it just doesn't. Oh, did they? Oh, look at the beautiful, look at the glow as well. And this is being streamed live from a little camera strapped to a rocket ship, which is just mind-boggling. Like, that sort of just amazing. Absolutely brilliant. Well, this is dropping 10 satellites in orbit. It's not about realism of game. I'm talking about realism of graphic. Kerbal looks rubbish. Kerbal looks really, really rubbish, and it does. And there's no reason for it to, other than they made loads of money and didn't need to try. Like, Kerbal made almost no improvements to how it looked from its first release to its current release. It's the point where it has the most force against it, yeah, but it's not gravity that it is the. Are those little fins? Is that that's for landing, isn't it? That's for guidance. Holding my breath now. Yeah, no, I thought that was the one staying up in orbit, and I wondered if they were there to catch the thrust from the RCS, but it's not. Oh, look at that. It's just beautiful, the Earth and everything. Just lovely. $30 for entry, but I don't know if you can hear it. It's just amazing. This makes me really happy about humanity. This is how humanity should be about this, not about the fuck is going on with Trump's wall or Ukraine being attacked by Russia. That should not be what humanity is about. Humanity should be doing amazing things. And too much of the news today does not talk about the amazing things that humanity does do. It talks about the bad stuff. Humanity does really cool stuff, and we should talk about the cool stuff humanity does, and make rather than going, I watched the double launch. It was just amazing. Come on, you can do it, spaceship. Now, if you've ever played Kerbal, the best part of Kerbal is landing the spaceship. It's so tricky. So there's our drone ship. Oh, the weather's looking a bit shitty out there. No! Buffering! No! Death of buffering! Oh, apparently they did it. There's cheering. I swear, so obviously I'm better than these guys. I understand the tricks. If it happens, you just press F5, guys. That's it. So you got to do. Cool. Then nothing happens interesting for like ages. So let's go do some work. Half-Life. I'm afraid I don't have a good suggestion for you at this point. As to what to do. There you go. Although we're all a bit suspicious. It disappeared. There was smoke and then it's suddenly there. Hashtag. But yeah. Let's talk more about the cool things humanity do. Okay. What was I doing? I have probably just fixed this. Yeah, see, Cryptic, this is a friend of mine is a structural engineer. He designs and builds bridges, and he gets really angry with the jet fuel can't melt steel beams, because it's one of those annoying things that's true. It can't. Jet fuel cannot melt steel beams. That is completely and 100% true. However, at substantially less than jet fuel burning temperatures, steel beams lose 90% of their rigidity. So they're not melted. Absolutely not. They are not melted. But what they are is very soft. And he gets really angry when he sees these sort of people going on about this, because he's like, that's not the point. The point is not that they're melted. Like it's not true. There's a term for it. It's when you claim to have won the argument because you've stated something true. Oh well, yeah, but Ferraris are generally red. Okay, therefore what? Well, Cuco, that's why they've spent all this money doing it. Have I actually just got this totally wrong? Oh, yeah. That goes there. Half-Life, that's not your issue, though. But minimum storage hoppers... Well, yeah, you could use railguns. Minimum storage hoppers is about 600 for the railgun, I think, something like that. It could be the straw man fallacy. Kind of. I see this, because people sort of... They go, oh... They don't address the argument, they address something else, state it's true, and then... Because they said something that's true, that means they won the argument, even though they haven't. Okay, that's a bit better. But not quite. Ah, fuck's sake. Or, not and. I'm amazed that didn't throw up a compile error. I literally said... if this number is less than 3 and it is greater than 3. Like, something should be a warning in the compiler, and something should definitely be, no, that's wrong. I think I'm a bit old and not rich enough for me to go to SpaceX, so... Hey. Sort of. I think I've got that exactly in... Oh. Yeah, I've got it exactly inverted. That's fine. Not quite, Cryptic. My point is more... I'm arguing with you about something and you're wrong, so therefore you state something that I agree with, and at that point you basically go, well, there we go. That's the point. I just call it changing the topic. You know, Ferraris are very fuel inefficient. Oh yeah, but they go fast, right? I would just call it a truism. It's just a self-referential statement of truth that has no bearing on the rest of it. Wait, no, that's not right either. We either do air... Yeah, because that's fine. So those now become air. Above the canyon, do air. We still going all right there, Todd? We've got about 3 hours left. Possibly red herring. Yeah, red herring sounds right. I forgot what we were even talking about now. Forgot why this came up. Oh yeah. My point is, with that, arguing that jet fuel can or cannot melt steel beams is completely missing the entire point. Which is... that's not what caused them to fall. Nothing was melted. Aha, yes, red herring then. Awesome. What am I doing? This is the new intro sequence for FortressCraft 2. FortressCraft 2, land. We'll come to the drops in a minute, and then you walk down this thingamajig here to your new base. You go into your new base, blip, and then the then the fog turns off, and you're in your fancy new shiny new base. Ooh. Already, Crypty, I do that too. It's just good arguing on the internet, though. Yeah, sorry about the performance. It is utterly running terribly right now. I'm aware. So here is your new base. And here's the intro sequence still. Actually, Cryptic, I think you'll find that I'll be back in a minute. I need a drink. Why is text everywhere? Oh wait, because I am not running Steam. I'm running in the editor, and I don't connect to Steam when I do that because it just breaks. Great, they're not equal to me. Why? I think. And if this works, which it should do, then I will start to hook up the dropship. I mean, critic on that. I mean, I think one of the most interesting things are the pictures from structural engineers of buildings before you detonate them. Like Hollywood has people a bit too convinced you just sort of pop a few bombs and it's done. Like a building before it is demolished consists of a mind-boggling amount of explosives. Everybody who went to work that day would have gone, why are there explosives everywhere? It's not just a couple of well-placed things. It is a huge thing. It doesn't matter, Shauka. Honestly, look at pictures of how buildings look before being blown up. It's not. We're not talking about a small amount of explosives that you may or may not notice. We are talking about an enormous amount. Every pillar is cladded in dynamite. It's not just a little bit. Like, it would. Everyone going to work the day would have gone, what the hell is going on? Again, go and look it up. Do your research. Again, Hollywood would have us believe you can park a van with a bomb in it in the basement, and it's not how it works. It's just not how it works. Yeah, Shark, I'll send you a link on Discord. It's not the best picture, but you get an idea there where we are not talking about a bomb parked in the basement. You are talking about, what the hell, how much explosives are we talking about? Jesus. Yeah, so Surf J, again, you don't just put stuff on a couple of floors. It's just, again, talk to someone who is a demolitions expert and they'll all go, nope. Like my mate Nick, who does, he does bridge structural design stuff. Like he designs and builds bridges. He gets really angry. Really, really angry. Because he's like, it's just not how it works. It's just oh my God. Which is fair, because that isn't how it works. I've lost my base. Oh. Well. I think the fun part is going to be me having to argue with all the people that they don't get to build where this stuff is. Well, if all else is equal, that should be in approximately the right place. Where is it? I might have miscounted. Oh wow. What do you reckon? Is it going to need to be that far out? I mean, that's double what we've currently got. Let's do that for the moment, and we'll see what happens. Well, do you know how Astroneer does it? Because Astroneer does it wonderfully. I love how Astroneer does it, but I'd like to do it like that, but I don't know. But yeah, certainly that would make a sensible initial spawn point. It'll have to be here somewhere. Stupid fog. There it is. Oh wow, that looks good. Unfortunately, of course, it doesn't work like that. You go in the other direction. I might not have it this big. I can obviously scale it down. That's a cool shot. Texture or no texture? Incidentally, if you're a patron, you're getting all these cool screenshots. No, we're having... Well, you've seen the loading screens. I will go a little bit quick in this, but I also have developed a much better system for players, for the world to generate. Yes, I'd like to do that, Zebra. So that means when a player joins, the drop pod goes and then they will spawn where the drop pod is, and the drop pod takes off, 6 seconds later. Absolutely, I'd like to do that. Whether or not I can do it, whether or not that's feasible, all of these questions are questions that I do not have the answer to. It looks cool coming up the fog, though. But possibly too big. Huh? Where the hell's the pivot? Huh? Oh, yeah, okay. I'm dumb. I think that's the scale the drop pods are at the minute, aren't they? That's probably too small. Oh, that means I don't have to scale anything. I don't have to mess with anything else. That's probably good there, isn't it? What do we reckon? What? Yellow and grey? I'm confused why your brain went to that, Todd. What does the Mega Supreme transform into? Wait. Why did I not... Have you seen the game coming out that looks like this, by the way? Where you actually build a tank like this? Because it looks really cool until you watch some gameplay and then it's super grindy horror. Yeah, Todd, someone linked me the G1 reissues. And I'm like, oh, and they're selling it out like anything. Yes, Cryptic, but that's not something that I can do today or quickly. So, yes, but not now. That's something that is a lot of work to do. Whereas, as you may have worked out, I'm going for the easy wins right now. The first step is to get the current system's shaders correct. There's every chance that I have to keep the current system and implement the new one. I then need to implement a straightforward marching cubes renderer with densities. I then need to implement a dual contouring renderer. I then need to implement a triplanar shader. Todd, you don't like the actual current texture because it's actually... like, pretty good. I think it's even 4K as well. Actually, I may have actually dropped that down. Because it was only using the drop pods. I know it is 4096. Oh no, that's not the 409. There is a 4096 version. Honestly though, you're wrong. It should be in the company colour, which will be the player's thing. But this was actually done using that thingy that I forgot the name of. Substance, that's it. And it was all dynamic, so when you loaded the game up, it actually generated the textures every time, which was slow and used up loads of RAM. There is an inside to it, but I've currently got it disabled. I'm not sure why I'm not using the 4K ones. We did have some. I'm sure of it. Like in the drop pod folder was a 4K version of the textures. I'm not surprised we didn't use them for FortressCraft Evolved. But I'm quite surprised that I haven't still got them lying around. Yeah, it was a substance shader. It was a nightmare. Like honestly, every time you did anything, it would generate everything from scratch. And obviously, I won't have it this slow. This is just like if I do make a mistake, I don't end up destroying the entire landscape in one fell swoop. I also don't have the ability to like colour the lights either, I don't think, right now. I will have a look because I said 99.9% sure I've got the 4K ones. At least the diffuse. EPG Web, Surface Miner, should have them in. Surface Miner assets, asset packs. Hey, thank you, Cubic Block 2428. I forgot what this is called, you know. Orbital Reentry Craft or something like that. Orbital Reentry Craft. So I believe in textures there's the 4K version of the baked textures. Which is should we just go across to those? I don't really care about the rest of them, just the normal and the diffuse. Something Todd and I have learned over many years of making these things is that quite rapidly you get diminishing returns with nearly all of these. Like some things are very sensitive to size, and quite a lot of things just simply aren't. That said, that looks very different. Great. Actually, Cryptic, you just said, as far as I know, that's not something you can just throw a shader on. You know, you probably could. Like, I've seen a shader that will take a blocky object and in real time do Fong's tessellation to make it into a high detail. Object. I forgot about the spaceships. How are the spaceships doing? Still quite a while. Yeah, so we're going to go from 2K to 4K, but only on the thingy and the other thingy. So diffuse 4K. Almost no appreciable difference. Maybe a little bit there. Maybe. So 2K. Yeah, you can see a difference there. 2K, 4K. Normal map, 2K. Ooh. 4K. Again, see, that's probably not worth the extra. So we look at the that, because that's actually got a substantial normal map on it. So I dropped that to 4K. 4K. 2K. So I mean, you can see a little bit here in these rivets, but probably not enough to warrant actually spending. How much difference is that? That's 15 megabytes. Let's go down to much smaller. Let's go down to a substantially... Oh. Don't do that. Stay nighttime. Thank you. Yes, I put this down to a much lower texture quality. So we've got 4K, and then we have 512. Now, do you know what's interesting? Is that's just... Yes, that's just giving. So, yeah, 4K, 512. Now, if you're not actually staring at it in some sort of weird way like I am, and we get rid of the heavy fog. And then I dropped from 512, right, that's 512, and then to 4K. You're talking about a very small amount of stuff. So if you look at the those up there, that detail, and it is detail, that goes entirely at 512, and at 1024 it's back. So 1024 is a megabyte, and 4K is 20 megabytes. So this is a decision Todd and I have to make all the way through. Or rather, Todd gives me 4K ones and I make the decision. Which is, how much smaller can I get it without completely ruining the quality? So 4K is better. There's no two ways about it. That is definitely better, sharper, cleaner, nicer. Absolutely. No one is ever going to argue that. The real question is it worth spending 20 megabytes on? This is a new game, Fortnite EFFFF. So 4K, 1K. I mean, I'm going to leave it at 4K for now. Worry about that later on. So, I've forgotten your name, sorry dude. EFF. I am at the beginning of making this game look more like the sequel that it's becoming. Although I swear I'm going to get people just saying, hey, I remember when this game used to have blocks. And I'll be like, it's a new game. So we're currently working on some of the support for the new base. Here's your new base. And it's beginning to look rather nice now. There's your base report. There is your mission report. Sorry, I'm just gonna look at my screen, and then I'm gonna read out what you said. There's no doubt you're good at coding. Why did you choose to do a copy of another game that the public will think? Oh, I'm really sure I understand quite what you're talking about. What game is it that I'm copying here? You might like to look at the screen before typing your response, because it seems like a bit of an odd thing to say. change that across to the blocks. I should also make the doors open at some point. Oh, that's interesting. Why did it get lighter in here? It's not too bad, actually. So it's called craft, like Warcraft and Starcraft and Herocraft and Gemcraft. And it has a bunch of blocks. Yeah? So in your mind, anything with a bunch of blocks is a copy of Minecraft. Okay, well, fine, if that's what you think. Oh, God damn it. You know, the only person who said, wow, this is a Minecraft ripoff in about 6 months has been you. I don't hear that anymore. I remember right now, I mean, there's no game here. We're still setting up a temporary just sort of thing, but like unless Minecraft is a very different beast to the one I remember, which it isn't, like everything you're talking is just so far removed from reality. Like, I'm not joking. Like, the only person who said anything about Minecraft in longer than I can remember has been you. No one mentions Minecraft anymore. Like, sure, people used to, but not these days. A bit more concerned how I've managed to break that, so that's great. Oh, I know why. Because I built that in the way of the room controller, because I'm an idiot. Thank you. Yeah, but oh right, well, I mean, it doesn't really look anything like it did in the Xbox days. It does a bit. It's got blocks in it, but no one even talks about Minecraft anymore. Seriously, Minecraft is no longer the cool kid. It's just not. No one goes on about Minecraft anymore. Minecraft is no longer cool. It's all about, ironically given your name, it's all about Fortnite. Fortnite is cool. Minecraft is not cool, and that's fine. And yes, I am doing a battle royale game because I don't know. Fuck my life. But I'm being very serious. I mean, no one goes, oh, is it like Minecraft anymore? Unless they're trying to be an asshole. Not that I'm saying you are. I'm saying that's the only time I hear that anymore. Does anyone remember how these work? Is it? It's hopper in, but I can't remember. But it looks like we're going to be here a while anyway, so I can just leave those. And I should probably actually put some lighting actually above this so we can see. Belt in, hopper out. Okay. Yeah, there's the creative mode is still in the game, but nobody talks about the creative mode anymore.
But I mean, there have been so many voxel games in the last decade. To jump to Minecraft is just to have skipped so much. I mean, No Man's Sky and Astroneer are both voxel games. It's exactly how it works. So, yeah, anything I can do to stop people thinking about Minecraft, kind of. These days, people describe this game as like Factorio and Minecraft had a baby, which is a description I am happy with. And just for the record, we predate Factorio. Just in case anybody forgets that wonderful fact. Because I get accused of being a Factorio ripoff, and I'm like, we came first. They're like, oh, so Factorio's been around. I'm like, yes, we've been around longer. Yeah, sure, Todd. Like Warcraft, yeah? And StarCraft, and HeroCraft, and World of Warcraft. Just like to point out, that ain't no original thing. But you should probably know this, Todd. So, if a game has the word Darius in it, it means that it is a game about with a companion. If it has the word tactics in it, it is a game that is about turn-based combat. These are sort of standard and generic things. Like standard and generic suffixes for games that kind of sum the game up in its whole. You know, you got Fire Emblem Tactics, that sort of thing. It's quite a standard thing. And that was the original naming idea, because there are a lot of games with the word craft at the end, Minecraft being the big one. So we just ended up sticking with that one. And despite there having been $100 billion other versions of it, we still get shouted at. No, anyone who calls it a copy probably has spent about 4.5 seconds looking at it. And once the blocks are gone, which will be probably about 2 weeks, then hopefully that'll be things. Someone's making a room to get Pokemon things. People don't mind because they like the idea of it. I don't even know why anybody complained about me making a Minecraft clone. No one ever made you play it. People were genuinely defending Minecraft because they thought that I'd be taking the money away from Notch. And I'm like, yeah, no. Yep, blocks are going. I hope. There's a star next to that one. Wow, it's still digging out this start hole, so that'll have to be quicker. I'll tell you what, should we speed it up and create a new world? Let's create a new world so I can check this. Just roughly. I won't spawn in the right place or anything like that, but it should give me roughly what I want to know. Roughly. Yep. If you look at No Man's Sky, look at Astroneer, look at Planet Nomads, look at... I don't even know. 1,000,001 games, they all do the same technique. Minecraft uses one of the simplest techniques, and it's called voxels. It's technically it's full density voxels or some other silly name doobie than that, but I'll be using the same data system, but I'll be using analog marching cubes. Someone said, what about collision? I didn't say the collision was going to change. I genuinely think I can do the rendering of the blocks far easier than the collisions. So we're going to create a new world from scratch.
I mean, that's one other thing I'm going to do fairly soon. It will be to remove the intro sequence and spawn you there, and then work out how much cover up I need to do. Planet Explorers. I don't know Planet Explorers. I don't think. I know Planet Nomads and like that. Any game that uses marching cubes. I'll show you a picture. Let me just do this because there is a time limit on this. I don't know whether the add resources. Obviously, this needs to go. Oh, wrong way. Okay, let's just run out here quickly for it's actually done too much. So the idea is the beginning of the game will look like... Oh, where's my spaceship? Where am I? Oh, did I go the wrong way? Fine. I'll go this way. Right, we'll just go this way. It's easier. The weather's only during the intro sequence. It might come back later on. I haven't really made any decisions on that. But the player will start over wherever the dropship is. Just another 40 meters or so. The player will start here. Yeah, here we go. So this is where the player starts, here. And it will look like this. And I will I will fix that too. Yeah, so the intro of the game will look like this. To a degree. And that is partly to guide the player to move from A to B. And honestly and genuinely to a large part to give the world time to generate. Which has to happen. Yeah, obviously. And then as soon as it's dark, I don't actually know why it's stopping to build now. It should have been doing it loads more. So probably what will happen is the dropship will land and we'll be up inside the dropship, and you won't be able to exit the dropship until the landscape is generated. But the idea is the game starts, and the first thing you see, hopefully with some nice new textures and some pretty graphics, like we can do the nice space graphics, all of that. But I think what's happening here is that the world is so busy generating around me, I'm not necessarily getting the full benefit of this. Yeah, so if we do it from up here, it's probably a bit clearer to see. So there's the player. And there's the storm. I'm not sure why it says slow generating. I'll come back to that in a minute. So marching cubes. Yeah, I can show you an example. Oh man, they deployed like five things while we're waiting. Oh well. I mean, Astroneers. Honestly, No Man's Sky is probably the best example. No Man's Sky is it's the same tech as Minecraft. It's marching cubes. So that's marching cubes. That with a click of a button, clickety click, they can make that look like Minecraft. So you can end up with stuff that looks like this. Planet Nomads again. I can't actually see any decent pictures. Yeah, if you don't mind your game exploding with horror, you can do that. I think Space Engineers does as well. Yeah, there you go. Again, that looks surprisingly like the No Man's Sky system. I haven't played that one, so I can't tell you which tech it uses. I think it uses dual contouring, but we will come to that. There will be restrictions. I mean, fundamentally, we are not a 3D game in that sense. So fundamentally, you won't be able to place, say, machines on angled dirt. Oh, Eco does, yeah. Why is this so slow? Let me it should be doing a huge amount of things. Let's see if that makes a difference. So now I'll pre-page everything. Yes, the player will start here. Ah! That's the thing, best will in the world, it's still a huge amount of blocks to dig out. At the same time as not hurting performance too badly. That may also be, by the way, that marching cubes causes us issues. So there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee on that, just a likelihood. I thought I made it a bit smaller than that. I'm sure I did. Thought I did it like that, and then something like that. Yeah, I don't know how big I want this to be. Yeah, so this is where we're hopefully things. Where we're hopefully things. Brilliant. Me English good. Why do many words when few will do? Well, honestly, Zebra, I'm not expecting that. I'm more expecting Conan style reviews. Great intro, and then it gets worse. They are so going to get banned off Discord so quickly. Can I report that message? I'm not sure I can. Like, can I'd like to report that up to Discord, given that. Right, that's not a Discord link. That's why. I wondered how the fuck that was on Discord. Okay, remember topic, can't currently modify, select, or upgrade ships. I said do the ones we've got. Like, we don't have any of those. We've just got, look at me, XP, shield, missiles. I'm hoping you'd have to be a complete moron not to even get the start of what's going on here. Yeah, I missed them really. And the player will be ushered inside, and then the door will lock, and it'll be like, "Ah, well done. Here's your base. You're brilliant. Look at you. Look how brilliant you are." Oh, thank goodness for that. The weather's good. Wow. I thought the weather's going to be terrible forever. Why don't you go outside? Oh, the weather's great. Holy shit, I can see it. I feel I can see a long way now. I suspect we'll have specific lights as well. I'm not actually sure if that's too far. How long does that take if players are idiots? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12. That doesn't seem awful. Because that 12 seconds is enough for me to achieve quite a lot. It may even be that you start here and then the camera will whoosh along and then look up at the dropship. Oh. Okay, yeah. I know that is. It's checking this entire thing. Not quite every frame, but almost. Am I part of Twitch Prime? I don't know. I might be. I'm a partner. I don't know is the answer to your question. Yeah, but I don't know if that gets me anything. Because he's saying I can subscribe with Twitch Prime. I'm like, yeah, but I'm a partner, so probably. Incidentally, without the old fog, the game looks just bare, horrid. Didn't I change the draw distance? It doesn't. But that should look bad once it comes in. Once that's done. Well, the thing is, without fog, certainly in the old system, I mean, I'm on a really high detail there, but without fog, it was quite obviously broken. Like, it was quite obvious there was no world. That's what the new system should cover up. So you should go, oh, there's loads of world. Have I got an error or something kicking off? Not of any note. Yeah, the problem is, Todd, you hated the fog for the same reason everybody hates the fog. It covers up so I can't see stuff. Only there was nothing to cover up. That's actually quite an amusing photo. Screenshot, not photo. And that was always the point, is the fog made you think there was something to cover up, even though there wasn't. Yeah, so my LFGP has just gone batshit. Why is it taking 13 seconds to complete? That does not seem right. Let me turn off that and make sure. So I think it's the generation of the map. I mean, a better solution is obviously a huge draw distance and subtle atmospheric haze. But when your draw distance is only 100 meters, you can't have it just go 100 meters, bang, skybox. Because it will look shite. But I think the fog did the right job in FortressCraft. It made you, as I said, made you think it was covering something up. No, that stopped all the stupidity. I'll check the code in a minute. I don't know what I can do about it though, this Zebra. Yes, if I go down to a more reasonable draw distance, more in line with how the game is, without the fog, it's just obviously just endless shit and nothing out there. That's what the fog was there to cover up, the nothing, because there is nothing. I can't even guess what there's going to be. It's just nothing. I refuse to agree that that looks better. That definitely works worse. Look, it's the edge of the universe. But the fog made you go, oh, what's there? What's going on? But nothing is the answer to the question. There is nothing there. Smoke and mirrors, my friends. Although, weirdly enough, I think I may have actually nuked it at some point. Thank you, sir. I think you'd be my second subscriber. I'm assuming that CPH time, is it paging things in? I'm not even sure I can check how many subscribers I've got. I mean, the fact that Amazon is paying for people to subscribe should give you quite a lot of indication as to why Microsoft is spending so much money on Mixer. Ah, thanks, Dave. How do I see it? Dashboard subscriptions, maybe? Probably not. DJ Arcus, tier 3 subscription. Current light. I don't know what these are. Probably dashboard. It never shows you subscribers. Oh, I get 4 subscribers. I wonder who they are. I know one's Keemstar, and one's you, Dave. I've got 2 more. Wait, I've got 2 subscribers. How long have how long have I had subscribers? If I got 4 subscribers, I'm making $20 a month, right? Minus whatever. Where do I see how much money they owe me? Is it the affiliate button? Payment method, hold my payments. Okay. I can't see how I can see how much money they owe me. Like, people have sent me bits and all sorts. I want my money. I want that, you know, $7 or whatever it is. Oh, there you go. Oh, wait, really? No. That can't be right. $300 billion? No. Oh, on Monday the 7th of January, I made $50 in bits. I don't believe that to be true.
Wow, they're this is a really awful system. I want to see like the last. I don't think we'll be able to choose any arbitrary amount of time. I'd like to view between August and January. Update. Nah. Apparently, I made $50 in bits. No, Maverick, I've got it set up not to. I'm just amused that I've got 5 tier 1 subs, apparently. Oh man, you're being sarky. Send an email to subscribers. Use this form to send a message to all 5 of your active subscribers. Yeah, alright. How many, Peter, you did bits. How many bits is $50 worth of bits? Oh, really? I thought it was all, okay, I take it. I thought that was like 1,000,000 bits or something. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Well, on Monday the 7th of January, somebody spent 5,000 bits, or some people spent 5,000 bits, or way. Well, thank you for my bits. I'm working towards becoming a Mixer partner, as lots of reasons. Yeah, we should probably actually stripe this better. I might have to be a little bit less brute force than this. Interesting, that's so cheap I can't even see its cost. So what it was like is it was scanning the whole thing 16 times. Now it'll only scan it once each tick and go, that's fine. or it doesn't work at all. There is also that. Probably have to stop the world again. That should speed it up, full stop though. So it's 0.3, 0.3, at 45 degrees at height 0.6. Todd, I hope you got my message, by the way. Can't tell if Todd's there. My first fortress. Sort of. Yeah, Todd, none of those are any use. I said, do the ones we've got. I'm not adding any new buttons today. I need missile, shield, possibly a dead image, join. We don't have any modifications or upgrades. I've just not done those. Why didn't you just run the game and do the ones that are in it? That's what I suggested you do, and I don't know why you didn't just do that. The list in Mixer is complete. I don't know why you didn't just, if you weren't sure what to do, just get me to run the Mixer game app so you can look at the buttons that were in. I'm not adding any new buttons. All the ones that are currently in. Shield button, missile flurry, some others. I think I just broke it entirely. Let's just spawn here though. But I have everything memorized. It's the one that I sent you the picture of. Oh, where's it gone? I'll just list them. Skip the ones you don't think you need anything. Welcome. Yeah, I don't know which ones you actually want to do a thing on, but that I just want to get probably just the attacks. So the look at me, missile and shield barrage, that would be the main one. Main ones.
how have I messed this up? That looks fine. Look at the missile shield. Yes, that's definitely the most important ones, and I can fix those up, and then we'll have a look. Yeah, I'm not listing them cleverly. I'm just listing all of them. Unreal has better optimization. Oh man, no one invited me into the conversation again. Sorry, what conversation were we having about optimization? I didn't realise we had an optimization expert in the chat. Oh, I remember. I turned it off there. Apparently it was on purpose. Excellent. Okay. Does this put me in the right place? Yes. Play's a bit low, but that's the right place nonetheless. So that's 2, well, at least on this world, it generates up there. Ah, so if I make it very bright, that does actually overcome the fog. That's good. Still not sure why it's not building. Because I'm an idiot. Okay, let's just check and update base build. We always continue, and we only return true if we build, return 2 if we build, and only return false if we don't build. No builds. We're done. And then we can go to sleep, and then we can start on the other thing. Good. Let's see how that does me. I see Aussie924 was not a man of many convictions. So it surprises me, incidentally, that that Twitch don't give you bits in a bit of a more free way, because that means that when you're watching someone, if you haven't got any money, you are giving something towards that streamer. And obviously, without streamers, Twitch doesn't exist. So I think Mixer, again, they've got their heads screwed on a bit more. Incidentally, if you are following me right now and you're watching and you're enjoying it, please do hit follow, especially on Mixer. Because I need 2,000 followers on Mixer. Given that if we have a 5-second intro, well, we need at least a 12-second intro, don't we? I don't know, what we at? What can I crank this up by? Oh, that's actually pretty expensive. The problem is that it's dumb. It's checking the whole thing from end to end. Remember, what I should probably do is a single Z strip. And that means I can do the whole vertical slice in one go. And that means that our if, okay, so let's do it. Let's do it in a more piecemeal and less brute force way. I'm surprised, actually, that I'm going to have to do this. But anyway, Z is greater than equal to 128, and Z is less than or equal to 18. And if Z is greater than equal to negative 18 and Z is less than 18. So we'll now pass the Z in as a parameter. Do we have an updates? Unfortunately, this means it's going to be much trickier for me to go back to sleep. Okay, so we want to start at equals 128 minus updates. And we go from 128 to minus 18. Mod 128 minus 18, plus 18. And Z equals... Actually, no, that should actually start with, that should start... And then I need to do Z equals 128 plus 18 minus Z. And that is I plus updates. Oh, actually, no, probably don't need to do that. Mixer.com/projectorgames, I think it is. What's wrong with that? Oh, plus Z. Minus Z. So hopefully this should now do slices. And if we didn't build, then we can do one tick of the height map. Thank you. Unfortunately, so I appreciate that, and you're awesome. Unfortunately, we need 2,000 people on Mixer. That's the minimum Microsoft will give for partnership. Hence why I'm streaming on that channel now, so I can start to claw my way towards it. If. And now I might have to do this because obviously that looks really cool with the fog like that, by the way. I suspect we will continue to improve the fog, but overall. Yeah, but I don't need it done eventually. The minimum the channel has to be live is 2 months, so I need it done in about 3 weeks. Now, I'm not advocating this, but amusingly, Microsoft don't seem to care, like, whether or not anyone's watching. So I could just create 2,000 Microsoft accounts and follow. They don't care, which is obviously stupid, but Twitch do care. So Twitch's approach is very different. So Twitch, you need I don't know, it's quite a lot of viewers. I may actually have to update this a number of times. The problem is I can't brute force this as such because I don't know for a fact this landscape exists yet. Did I get something wrong? We were looping between 128 and 18, and now I said do that. And we were looping between minus 18 and plus 18, and now we're doing that. So Z is 73, so therefore we go into here. Oh, wait, what? Z is... it's my fault. Let's put that's an equal 1 to 8. I don't. I'm just ignore me. Not easily, Zebra. So to do that sort of thing is a pain because it's very tricky to do stuff on one thread and have it appear on the other. What should happen is if I don't build anything, I should then probably scan the whole thing and then go, brilliant, we're done. I wonder what that says in the top left. There we go. Or not. Oh, yeah, okay. I did it so it will still do one. The point is it will now do it will now do the entire slice and then drop back out. What it was doing is it was scanning air very quickly and then down to 1 block per build. I'll fix that. Now, what have I done now? Oh, there we go. Blah, 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 blah. The problem is I'm hammering in build orders so hard now. Now, it should just then start again and start again and start again. And then it has to do the base as well. I'm a little surprised about that. But 2 passes should have it all done. I could also smartly, on a fail, reduce the update so it goes that one again. There's a number of options. I'd like to get rid of the bloody tutorial as well. But what's probably going to happen is I'm going to go get a drink. And then we are going to do some more mixer stuffs. Okay, I'm going to go get a drink, and then we are going to move on to the game with no name for an hour or something like that. That is because we've got a meeting later. But I'll be back in a minute. Oh, who's my favourite puss? Oh, it's warm in here. Okay. It's beginning to come together. There are still big question marks about the performance of this base. It's quite complicated, but we will do what we can. So one of the things I did kind of mention about the goals. So one of the early goals, and the one that we're working towards, is to change how FortressCraft looks. Like, as soon as possible. So no one mistakes it for the first game. A lot of the polish for quite a while will be on the first 5 minutes, first 10 minutes, to the intro of the game. The start sequences, all of that stuff. Hence why I'm doing like weird selections, but it'll be intro. So I want to be able to show in 6 months' time FortressCraft 2 first 5 minutes sort of thing. How's it? Can't find that one, Todd. These are all 404ing, Todd. Am I doing something stupid? I mean, obviously I am, but what am I doing stupid? Oh, okay. Oh, right, okay. I prefix blank, but not this one. I gave you some links, Todd. They're not working. Mixer.com/projectorgames. Oh, so underscore except for blank. Ah, that looks cool. Oh, I'm just going to guess what these will be, and hook them up in code, and then obviously when you get it right, I'll fix it. this should have been shield URL. Yeah, we need some sort of. And what? What is it, cat? What is it, pussies? It's just called Look At Me. Flare. I mean, I can change the code, obviously that's not hard. Yeah, but we do also need a unavailable of a URL as well of some description. Like when there isn't a skill to be used, maybe even a please wait or something. I'll call that one no skill URL. Zebra says check Discord. Yeah, but I don't have any way of... the only way I can fix this, Zebra, is by enabling capture-based logon stuff. Honestly, though, when you ban someone... Is Discord serious? Is Discord actually using copyrighted footage from fucking Avengers Infinity War? Are you shitting me? I thought Discord was all grown up and all that. Okay, I guess I'll just run it and see what works and what doesn't. So I have a question. Do you expect me to shove the text over to the left? Because I don't think I can do that. I might be able to put spaces at the beginning of it. Right, well that's wrong. But that might be me. Might be. So flare should be that. So that looks like it's my fault. If we're in combat, returning shield. Well, he said I don't know if I can have no text, but probably. Mixer, highly recommend you do, but probably we're not. No. Wait, I don't return missiles at any point for this. I'm a bit confused. Press to join. Oh, right, we've got unavailable. Which should return no skill URL, which is blank. Oh, there will be definitely text later on, Zebra. I don't know why I'm seeing the missiles. I'll ignore it for the moment. You said this one will return missiles. Oh, I probably just... I don't know. I don't know. It's probably my fault though. I won't last long. Missiles works. Shields Weirdly doesn't. And dead. Was everything else right then? I'll hide those two. Oh, didn't I remove that? Alright, let's see what he said. F12, disable cache, refresh. Hey look, the chat's back. I don't... Oh, I've gone to the mobile site, which is why. At the top right, click more. Fuck's sake. Do you mean ... Do you mean settings? And then... I'm guessing you haven't done the join button, Todd. Further guessing you've done something. Oh, I just never turned this back on, which is why. That's fine. Just going to comment that out briefly. Well, I did just wipe my cache. Nope. Oh, you disagree? Oh, join battle. Oh, I'm using launch. Because it just looked cool.
Yeah, I just had that icon. It looked nice. So I used it. I forgot that was the wrong one. I guess once you press join, at that point in the combat scene, we want all the buttons on full stop. Even if they are disabled. From then on, all 6 buttons are on. So what have I forgotten? There's future button. And whatever the other one is that I've forgotten. Top right. Pardon me. Top right is... I mean, they might not want it. They might not want to see it at all, Todd. Might not have no care. But this does mean we have something that looks slightly less clunky for Keemstar's promotion. I can't remember which one should be in the top right. Top right should be super attack, I think. No. Yeah, high sparks, that's the one. Which is 60-0, I think. Hey, there we go. Unfortunately, none of the icons are working now. There you go, that was good. Look at me.
Approaching mothership. Oh, we could also do one for the status display as well. That's just because I didn't want to have. So we've got a missiles, and we don't have the shields, but we do have a missiles button. And here comes his aerial, or not. Yeah, I'll get rid of the shield message too, so Shorter will have that sorted in a minute. Yeah, we can actually do localized buttons anyway, Todd. Because I'm pointing it at a URL in code, so I can just point the player at any given URL without too much effort. And we also have scope for other things, like when this is looking at the mothership, we could actually change the buttons to say mothership details. So we can actually get away with giving players more information down there if we want to at any point. No, sorry, Sophie, we're talking with Microsoft in an hour or so about something. So this is, Sophie G, seriously, go to mixer.com/projectorgames. Go there right now. Hopefully he's going there. Hopefully he's clicked join. It's got about 30 seconds. And there we have XXBG Surfly G XX. And there you are. You have some buttons to press. Are we going to win? Are we going to lose? I guess you get the basic idea, Sophie.
Any questions? Well, I'm here to answer questions. Mostly wait for Todd to do the other icons, and then we're like, aha! This is a different game. This is a game for Mixer. Yes, we might release it as a full game afterwards, but there are no specific plans to do so. Just the shield one, I think, unless you hooked it up, I didn't notice. Well, player 04171671. You might need to sign in. Also, you have like the world's worst nickname. Or you have the world's worst nickname. Surfly G, when it says look at me, you should press that. Oh, you broke it, guys. You will do more damage as you level. Yes. Oh, man. Yeah, you totally broke it. That's annoying. I thought I fixed that. So I can fix it like that. Someone broke it by making the camera look at them, but I don't know how they managed that. But you will do more damage as you level. Leveling also gets you access to more ships. Also, we need 2,000 followers before I can make this game live. So, pretty please follow if you're not. Oh, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that. I don't know how, but I sort of do. Okay, so when we create the join scene, is your name seriously player 0414171661?
We now need to verify if this player is following. Because someone who I know unfollow, and then I can check this code in a minute. Because obviously I can't follow myself. Do you wait? Dude, do you not have a Microsoft account? Do you not have an Xbox account? Do you not have a Hotmail account? Do you not have an MSN account? Do you not have Outlook account? Do you not have a Skype account? Wow. Actually, that's going to be in player join, I think. Oh, okay, so your Microsoft account had never been used before, gotcha. Well, Mixer, Xbox Live, all that stuff. Now this is oh god, okay, Unity www get. That's what I need to do. I need to hit this endpoint. I think it was that one. I got the URL last night. You've never heard of Mixer? Wow. So Mixer is Microsoft's streaming service. It used to be Beam.io, and they bought it up because it's awesome. Did I just search in a random? Okay, Unity www get. Unity has a whole bunch of. Yep, that looks good. Why is it under the networking section of Unity? Hello? What? Oh no! Oh no! This isn't a mono behavior. Bugger. Okay, is Mixer Fleet Manager mono behavior? Yeah. Check follow. Uint. Much better, bet. I was just confused that you've never used any of that stuff. In my mind, of course, everyone does it. I hope this is re-entrant. I hate coroutines. Coroutines are kind of this... Oh, they're just horrible. They are properly horrible, and I can't stand them. And I have a horrible feeling it's all going to blow up in my face, because I think I'm probably calling a coroutine from the wrong thread and all sorts of nightmare. Or it's just fine. Apparently it's just fine. Amazing. I'll tell you what, let's get rid of a few of these. Mixer editor, logging, none. Oh, that actually seems to work. Now, if who doesn't follow me? I need someone who doesn't follow me now. Or I need someone to unfollow. I can't because I can't unfollow my own account. So can someone unfollow me and tell me who you are, and then I'll work out your Mixer ID and we'll check that, and then hopefully that's kind of all I need. So anyone either who isn't following me or has never followed me, either's fine. Anybody, just message me. That's fine. Okay. Okay, so you are this big number here. So if I get back null, you're not following. So that should be easy enough. Okay, so if www.download, no? Yeah, I know I'm supposed to pause it or some shit, but fuck that. Well, hopefully then. My map is not following us. Projector Games is not following us. But Nimietu is following us. Apparently loads of people aren't, so continue not to follow me. I am his boss. Happy little things. I used to fall asleep listening to Direwolf. He's just got a nice voice. That's nice. He's talking. Okay, so what should happen now is so that button should no longer be clickable, I don't think. Like, you won't get the Let's Join button, I hope. You'll get the Please Wait Verifying button, I hope. Or nothing. Nothing is also a possibility. Okay, that's fine. So that is, what's the middle? Is it 40 or 60? So now we should get welcome, blah, 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 and verifying ... Okay. Okay, that's the Y. So this would be 0, 20, 40, 40, and 0, and... Wait, what's this? Yeah. Y would be 10. Cost would be 0. Sorry, I didn't mean to make it cost 10 sparks to join. Wait for the game to be ready. Oh, come on, do the thing. There we go, verifying. So that should now sit on verifying. No one can join. Only followers will be able to join as soon as I have... So I can't follow myself. That's quite funny. And I'm not following myself. So I check what the internet thinks. Hey, internet. Hello. Am I following myself? No. Oh, but I am owner. That's fine. Let's mix a funnel. Can't easily search for that. So slight bug. Someone called owner, or someone with the word owner in there. Oh wait, I don't know if it's in there. No, it isn't. Yeah, never mind. That's fine. Bool LB can play equals somewhere. Yeah, it doesn't display that there, so that's cool. I'm not sure it'll be real time. In fact, I'm pretty sure it isn't. You'll probably need to refresh it. I don't think there are any, Schalke, not that I'm aware of. I'm also just going to go and grab my iPad, which is where I'll be doing my thing from. Back in a sec. Mostly, Microsoft care about violence and swearing and boobs more than anything else, which is fine. Add a contact. Is the picture of a robot? Add contact. People. Yeah.
Thought I might do people. What is this guy's name? How many people have his name on the internet? Just one, but he's in the UK, so probably not him. What is his email address? Oh wow. At Microsoft.com. And there he is, and he has the world's worst Skype username. Which is his email address, which is one of those email addresses you get at companies that's auto-generated. Okay, so update joins mixer funnel.instance.update join scene. Great. I literally have 2 copies of that. But yeah, if not Mixer, then I'll get rid of it. But this way does help. It also means I can leave it running and I will just trickle followers all night long, if I so wanted. So that should say update join scene. Okay. If L participant dot allowed to play. L data allowed to play. I mean, what I could do is, I might even get a notification when people follow. It's entirely possible. The mixed stuff's pretty good. I'm not very good at it, but it is pretty good. Not clickable. Okay. Please follow, then refresh. I'm not even sure that will work, by the way, but it should make you follow at all. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you guys to help me on this. Does it correctly work? I'll probably get the button. We'll get the... so I've got the button. Do people who are following get the button? And do people who are not following not get the button? And if you're not following and you follow, then hit refresh, do you get the button? Oh, actually, I think I might be able to use my DJ Arcus account. So unfollow. There's nothing stopping you following, joining, then unfollowing. Doesn't count. Yeah, if you don't update, it's not going to work. And probably at the minute, the game will need to rerun. Mine says press follow, then refresh. Okay, so I know what that is. That's when a player already exists. Or already present. It's probably that I'm not getting a player join message. I'm probably getting a... Well, in answer to your question, Pete, yes, I do get a left. To do. Delete their scene. Delete them from the fleet. So it works as long as you are already following it or not when the game starts? Is that what we're thinking? So I'm not following. Please follow, then refresh. Okay, I've hit follow, and now I am refreshing. Okay. Wait, we have an update function. How do I have an update function? Okay, cool. So what state are we in? We're probably in a waiting join. Might be able to fix this slightly. Actually, I can do it here. Why did I not make it a mono behavior? I showed a good idea. It will check each player. It will check players once per second now, I hope. Request per 2 seconds. And I am aware if we have lots of players, that is potentially a long time to wait. I don't know for a fact this stuff's re-entrant yet. It might now work. It might now be follow and then it works, so we'll find out. Okay, running now. Please follow, then refresh. Click follow. I'm not going to refresh.
Hey, you don't need to refresh. Brilliant. Please follow to play. If you unfollow, it won't. No, I won't check. Yeah, so if there are 30 people there all not following, it might take 30 seconds. Where has it gone? Twitch Plays. I need to rename that, by the way. Things this is not Twitch Plays. If I unfollow, it won't check backwards. But now you can hit follow, but it will recheck each player. Actually, it probably won't. I think people who are I kind of don't want to do all of them. Yeah, and once it's running, if you unfollow, then it won't spot it. So you could unfollow, then follow, and then unfollow, and it won't spot. But right now, please follow to play. Click follow. Join fleet. Yeah. Now, incidentally, we don't have anybody in the game. So if I go to here and I whack it breakpoint in, I'm curious how many players we've got. 11. So I have 11 people idling, of which dang it. Of which seven. Yeah, I think this will break if we have more than one player inactive. So I think what I actually need to do is I need to do this within the player. This is actually very awkward because I'm trying to funnel a float permission cooldown. I'm trying to have a single top gate and then multiple sub gates and share it without a really complex solution. And MA players I.permission cooldown is less than or equal to 0. I did that commented, didn't I? Yep. But I've got the problem that if there are like 10,000 people idling, I might need to I don't know. There might even be I'd like to play and then look, you need to follow. I don't know. I just hit follow and my number of followers went down from 26 to 27. If I don't get a Microsoft guy going, what are you doing with your account, by the way? What are you doing? guess just did the shield button work? Then I just make a build to run on the server. Okay. Alright. Either I've done the shield code wrong or Todd has, and then that's it. Nope. Todd has done a goof. No, there isn't. I haven't even. There's nothing for it to do. So I have. I have done some plans. There are a total of 24 ships in the game. Each ship has 3 specials and a main weapon. You can upgrade armor, health, damage, and your specials stuff there. So there's billions to upgrade. But I haven't even worked out what the 3rd special will be, let alone anything else. So we've got 2 of those things in the game. We've got 2 skills, 2 ships, but they're both the same. So you may or may not have noticed. Probably didn't. But we've got the large corvette and the medium corvette. The shields do look terrible. That's correct. So sparks are Mixer's currency, but it's free. So you earn 50 sparks per minute. If you are following, you get a bit more, and if you're subscribed, you get even more. How many sparks have you got, by the way? Things. Jeffy. Let me grab a drink and I'll chat a bit more about things. If you're watching me, you're earning sparks. But let me grab a drink, and I've got about 20 minutes. So upgrades are persistent, and they should be permanently persistent. If you're a mobile player, the basic gameplay is lifted off of Idle Frontier and a million other games, but that's the one that I played. So there are an infinite number of bosses, ranging from level 1 to level infinity. Each boss has 10 times the health of the previous one. You're 4,000 already. See, there you go, you got loads. You got 4,000. Each boss has more health than the previous one. And the objective is to level up, or to spend sparks to level up, or to get more people to come play the game. So yeah, I need Todd to fix it. I'll do a build now. So when I finish this, I will probably just leave it running, but I'll be running it from my other computer. And that computer goes via OBS directly to stream. So there's no lag. None at all. Okay, Todd. Actually, I don't know where that went to. Shoot. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't worry about it, Surfy. I've got 500,000 sparks because I never spend them. But I see streamers with like million spark dumps. I have had a look at a number of other Mixer games, and there are some very good ones. But I don't like... I'm not very good at... I'm not very good at spending sparks. I just hoard them forever. Forever and ever and ever. And all the sparks are mine. And I shall have 1,000,000 sparks. Haha! In fact, I've nearly got 1,000,000 sparks. Yeah, so... I mean, feel free to have a look there. So there's one really good one, but it's not currently running, called Death's Dungeon or Death's Door. And I apologise, I've forgotten the name of it. And it's really good. I really enjoyed it. I found it one evening, and then I just played it like the whole evening, going, "Holy shit, this is brilliant!" Like, wow. Zebra, there are specific low bandwidth Spark Farm channels. Ones that output very low bandwidth streams just so you can idle and farm sparks. I don't mind. When I'm partnered, at that point, I earn upwards, or up to, as far as I've seen, $100 per 1,000,000 sparks spent on the thing. There aren't very many, so this is why Microsoft are quite keen. And honestly, I've played a lot of them, and they're really bad at getting you to spend sparks. So, yeah, that's a good point, Todd. We need to make sure that's okay. You need to remember, Todd, I can't move the spark cost, so you need to make sure the button takes that into account. But approaching mothership. And... oh, still nothing, Todd. Are you sure? Yeah, okay, that is... well, it's a learning process. So the shields don't seem to work. Did I screw something up? Okay, now that's cached. Does it work? Oh, we did actually ask one of the mixer. We actually had one of the mixer staff in the chat yesterday, and I'm like, "That's broken," and he's like, "Oh, so it is." Yeah, so you can see up there, Surfy, I've got 500,000 sparks. You also earn a lot of sparks for. Okay, to get rid of that text. Yeah, it's still not working, Todd. You were there. I can't remember who's where. So if we're in, wait, if we're in combat, return shield URL. If sparks available is false and we're in combat, return, well, we should return no skill. If we're in combat mode, we should return mixer funnel skill URL. And under both circumstances, we should display that. That's... Still not working. I mean, what we'd probably want as well, Todd, is a shield off, shield on graphic and all that sort of things. But under both... I mean, if it's clickable, we put the 5 up, and then we do ldata quick get cheap spark URL. And I'll keep that. Otherwise, we return shield URL. As long as you're in state combat, which you will be. I actually am a little befuddled. Well, worst case, it won't have all the buttons. I mean, what we've got is probably alright. I don't even know if you'll have to see it. Well, the idea is, Surfy, that a player should be able to sit here and play at the lowest level and earn sparks, or you can sit here and you can burn through sparks. There should be no limit to the number of upgrades. Upgrades will just cost more and more and more sparks. And probably the cost of the upgrades goes down as you gain XP. So it might cost like 100 million sparks to upgrade, but if you have got 99 million XP, it only costs 1 million sparks to upgrade. That sort of thing. Come on. I really don't know why that's not working. I mean, you can see this one flip across, but not this one. And I'm assuming I'm not accidentally updating it. Cheap sparks. I don't understand. And that returns shield URL, which is that one. Yep, exactly, Surfy. If you play Idle Frontier, don't call it a clicker game, don't call it an idle game, call it by its correct term, which is an incremental game. Incremental games are... it's an incremental game. You know, I shipped an incremental game last year on mobile and it made quite a lot of money, right? They are not a dirty word around here. Yeah, I love idle games. I've played loads. Chicken Ink, Idle Miner, Endless Frontier, Car Factory Mechanic, Car Factory, different game. Although the game didn't take long, like 6 weeks to write, and made quite a lot of money, I don't have enough ideas to keep cranking them out. Yeah, I like Paperclip. Paperclip's another one. Idle Crank. Do not go to factoryidle.com, but Factory Idle is amazing. Adventure Capitalist, Adventure Communist. I play loads of them. I love them. I love that, and yeah, that on Mixer with cool graphics. Todd, just so you are aware, be on Skype with your headset. I haven't played Day Job. Anyone any ideas what I'm doing wrong? And honestly, at this point, I think even if I... Actually, I'll tell you what, very quickly, on the start scene, because it's quicker... Rage quits. Question is confused me. Oh right, sorry. You don't mean an idle game called Day Job. Yeah, Todd, that button's not working. I don't know why not. Are you sure it's the right size? Are you sure it's not got something different in it? Surfy, I thought that URL said sucking a dick upgrade game. Ah, you say that. Hang on. Oh, upgrade the game. Oh, is that the one where you start off with, like, you can only move right and things like that? I think I broke it. Right, there we go. Join the yeah. What the hell, Todd? I'm not blaming you. I just don't understand why that image isn't working. So I changed that one to the join button. Yeah, the join button works fine, but not that one. What's... Sure, I suppose. I don't think there's any concept of caching no image, is there? Yep, that works now. Maybe there is a concept of caching no image. Alright then, I'm going to call it here. I will not be around over the weekend, I don't think, unless my life goes weird. But thank you for watching. Thank you for following. Remember, if you are watching, please follow me on Mixer. I have a challenge to hit, and the challenge is 2,000 people. So Todd and I are going to go and have a meeting. Well, I think now. Should be now. And keep an eye on the Discords. I'm always there. And we will see you guys next week when we plan to ship, or at least slightly more ship, PacketStorm. More stuff on this. More FortressCraft stuff. More Battle Royale stuff. And more AmpuTea. So thanks for watching, guys. Feel free, if you see the Mixer thing pop up, to join in, because I will be doing that off and on. Bye.